Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The Space Belt. The empires that rose and fell across the span of the inner worlds had always considered the belt a curiosity rather than a threat, a scattering of miners and dreamers clinging to rocks too barren for conquest. But when whispers of Elias Harrow and Mara Keen drifted inward, when traders returned with tales of debts forgiven, of enemies who had sat by the same fire and left allies instead of corpses, the powers of Earth and Mars grew restless. Wealth, they reasoned, could not remain uncounted. Influence, once invisible, began to cast a shadow across their ledgers. To rulers who believed in laws and decrees, in currency tallies and bound contracts, the belt-spreading fire was dangerous precisely because it was unowned. Agents were sent, not with armies but with offers. Men in fine coats and women with silver tongues arrived in domes and outposts, carrying crates of liquor, gold, and tools polished brighter than any miner gear. They spoke of partnership, of sharing the fire on a grander scale, of licensing its gatherings so that every ember, every story, would carry a seal of approval. They promised that by branding the flame, it could reach more people, and with it, prosperity would be ensured. But the belt folk only shook their heads. You don't brand fire, they told the emissaries. It burns where it wills, and no hand can bind its light. The rejection did not sit well with governors who measured respect in coin and signatures. Soon, whispers of bans followed. Fires in certain colonies were declared unlawful. Gatherings seen a subversion. Yet the more they tried to smother it, the brighter the fire spread. The outpost that had once struggled to gather 10 souls now saw hundreds cramming into domes, sitting shoulder to shoulder, sharing tales of Elias and Mara, and laughing at the folly of kings who thought flame would be taxed. Each decree against the fire only made its embers fly farther. Amid this growing tension, Elias himself was said to have walked into one of the richest courts in the inner worlds, carrying nothing but his battered lantern. No one could prove it was truly him. Some said Elias had long since passed into legend, others that he had many faces, but the story told was this. The guards tried to seize the lantern, declaring it contraband, but when they touched it, the flame within did not burn. Instead, it went out entirely. Only when the guards released it did Elias strike flint and coax the flame alive again. Then he looked upon the governor and said, "This light dies when held in chains. It lives when left free. That is ill. The law, it knows. Whether true or not, the tale spread faster than any order, repeated at firesides with a grin and a nod. The struggle between empire and ember reached a boiling point when a fleet blockade was ordered around a belt caravan accused of inciting unrest. Supplies dwindled and hunger crept in, yet still the people lit fires. One cold night, a captain of the blockade lit through his viewport and saw the glow of dozens of flames burning across the scattered ships, shimmering in the dark like stars newly born. Something in him cracked. And sent word to his crew, "Lower the blockade." They're just lighting fires, he muttered. If that rebellion, then maybe rebellion, the most sane thing left. His defection was whispered of for generations. Proof that even the mighty ironwood bend before a small, steady flame. It was not only the belt that tamed. Those who carried fire outward reshaped distant colonies. On a frozen moon wage, settlers quarreled over ration lines. Nightly flames ended disputes and taught them to measure wealth by survival shared. On a lush frontier world where greed threatened to strangle cooperation, fire gatherings taught patience and long-sightedness, reminding settlers that true profit was measured not in the seasoned crop but in generations thriving. And even in the inner worlds, under the very noses of rulers who forbade it, fires were lit in basements, in alleys, in abandoned warehouses. Men and women who had never set foot in the belt found themselves listening to tales of drifters and miners, stories that felt more like truth than the polished speeches of their governors. With each telling, the wealth of the belt grew, not in vaults, but in memory, in connection, in resilience. Even those who had never seen an asteroid or known the cold of space began to say, "There's a belt fire in me." It became a phrase meaning strength in hardship, a reminder that no matter how dark or lonely the path, somewhere someone was waiting with a flame to share. And so, across stars and centuries, the belt never truly fought wars for territory. Their greatest conquest was of hearts. Their empire built not on boundaries, but on fires kindled freely. Rulers would rise and fall, economies boom and collapse, but wherever the night pressed too hard, someone would remember Elias' lantern, Mara voice, or the nameless souls who once led on rock and dust to share warmth. They would strike flint, spark, flame, and begin there. The stories of the belt were never told in a straight line, but as sparks drifting upward, carried by winds unseen. And yet, every so often, a spark would catch in one place and blaze brighter than all the rest. Such was the case when word began to spread of a woman named Sarah Vale. She was no drifter, no miner with calloused hands from the rock. She had been born in the inner worlds, daughter of a merchant house that measured fortunes in ledgers taller than men. But unlike her kin, Sarah could not be satisfied with counting numbers that others had earned. She longed gone to see fair value truly began, not in marble halls or stock reports, but in the sweat and breath of those who risked everything just to light a lamp in the dark. As a young woman, she walked away from her inheritance. Her family laughed and scorned her, certain she would return once hunger gnawed at her ribs. Yet Sarah's hunger was never for bread, but for meaning. She wandered through colonies and outposts, bartering skills and learning trades until she found herself on the belt, standing before a fire much like the ones Elias and Mara had sparked long ago. The miners told her stories as the flames cracked, and she wept, not because the tales were tragic, but because they were honest. She knew in that moment that her family ledgers had never once accounted for this, the wealth of truth, the richness of survival, the kind of prosperity that could not be taxed or sold. Sarah carried fire differently. Where Elias had been a wanderer and Mara a voice, Sarah became mid-organizer. She was no leader who demanded oaths or crowns. Instead, she taught outposts to weave their gatherings together, not that in spirit, but in trade. When one mining rock found itself short on food, another would quietly leave crates near the dock. When a dome air filters failed, welders from half a set away would arrive, refusing coin, asking only to share a flame when the work was done. Sarah's gift was to see these threads and tie them into a net so strong that no belt folk had truly fell through it. The quiet weaving frightened the inner worlds more than fires had. They had dismissed the flame-sweep superstition, but trade was power. Soon ships under Sarah's influence carried more stability than entire sanctioned fleets. Prices bent not by decree but by trust. Families thrived because a neighbor had lit a lantern in solidarity, not because a governor approved alone. To those who had spent lifetimes believing wealth must be hoarded, it was a heresy greater than rebellion. They made her a witch, a seductress of markets, a belt usurper. Yet to the people of the rock, she was simply Sarah, the woman who reminded them that a story told by the fire was worth more than a balance sheet written in gold. Sarah never claimed titles, though tales began to crown her in whispers.
Some said she carried Elias' lantern, though others swore it had been lost to time. In truth, she had no need for relics. Her fire was in her eyes, steady and unyielding. She urged the belt not to fight the inner worlds with ships and guns, but to make themselves ungovernable by refusing to play the game of greed. They want you to believe you need them, she would tell the dead crowds, but we already have. We need hands to build, voices to share, and fire to remind us. Still, there were those in the belt who doubted. What of armies, they asked? What if fleets come with guns instead of offers? To this, Sarah answered with calm. Then let them. A bullet can kill a body, but it cannot kill a fire shared among thousands. So long as one soul remembers, the flame will be struck anew. Boy, some said she carried Elias' lantern, though others swore it had been lost to time. In truth, she had no need for relics. Her fire was in her eyes, steady and unyielding. She urged the belt not to fight the inner worlds with ships and guns, but to make themselves ungovernable by refusing to play the game of greed. They want you to believe you need them, she would tell the dead crowds, but we already have. We need hands to build, voices to share, and fire to remind us. Still, there were those in the belt who doubted. What of armies, they asked? What if fleets come with guns instead of offers? To this, Sarah answered with calm. Then let them. A bullet can kill a body, but it cannot kill a fire shared among thousands. So long as one soul remembers, the flame will be struck anew.
You cannot conquer something that refuses to die. Her words became prophecy. One harsh season, when a blockade returned stronger than four, the belt endured months of hunger. Children cried and old men grew gaunt, but still the fires burned. Then, one night, in the black silence of space, Dozens of blockade ships lit their own fires. Captains, weary of orders, turned their guns away and sent food across the divide. The line between enemy and ally blurred, and for the first time, it was not the belt bending to the inner worlds, but the inner world bending to the belt. Generain later, people would debate whether Sarah Vale had been a visionary or simply the right voice at the right time. Scholars on Earth tried to reduce her to economics, claiming she merely invented a clever trade system. But among the belt, she was remembered dead, a woman who sat by the same fire as the lowest miner, who carried no crown and asked for no coin, yet built an empire greater than any throne could imagine. Her story was told not with statues or parades, but with the simplest of acts. A stranger offering a seat by the fire, and another stranger accepting. The belt wealth endured because it could not be seized. Like flame, it spread freely, and like flame it taught that the darkest night was never absolute. It was Sarah's greatest gift. Not the net she wove, nor the trade she balanced, but the memory she left behind. That true prosperity is not locked in vaults or bound by contracts, but passed hand to hand, voice to voice, fire to fire. The belt did not mourn Sarah Vale the inner world might have expected. There were no marble mausoleums, no endless processions with banners. Instead, when news of her passing spread, each outpost and mining station lit its fire at the same hour. Across the void, sparks flickered in silence, no sin flame brighter than another. That was her wish, they said, to leave no monuments, but to make memory indistinguishable from community. The belt, after all, was never about one voice. It was about many voices, speaking in harmony when survival demanded it, whispering in defiance when oppression tried to silence them. What followed her death was not collapse, and the inner worlds had anticipated, but a quiet strengthening. Her teachings had embedded themselves so deeply that they no longer needed her presence to endure. Children who had grown up with her stories as lullabies were now grown, carrying the same faith into trade, into care for neighbors, into the stubborn refusal to bow their heads. They called themselves keepers of the quiet fire, and though they bore no insignia, everyone knew what it meant. They were Sarah children in spirit, whether they had met her or not. Years turned to decades, and her name became a myth. Some swore she still lived, wandering from station to station, her hair now silver, her eyes still alight. Others said she had never been one woman at it, but a symbol conjured by many voices. Scholars tried to catalog her life, to pin her history like a butterfly on a board. But the belt folk laughed at that. You can't trap a fire in a book, they said. You can't sit by it. And so her story was not told with the neatness of chapters, but in fragments, in the lullabies sung to children, in the muttered encouragements of weary workers, in the sparks of trade that kept communities alive when resources ran thin. The inner worlds, frustrated by the belt resilience, attempted new strategies. They offered favorable trade contracts, banking on greed to split the unity Sarah had fostered. They dangled promises of citizenship, of comfort within their domes and cities, yet each time the offers were met with polite refusal. We already have citizenship, the belt folk would answer. We belong to one another. The fire could not be bought, for its worth was not in numbers but in memory. It was woed this time that another figure began to rise, not to replace Sarah, but to carry the embers into new soil. His name was Corinne Drott 8, a miner son born on a forgotten rock where even maps failed to mark the coordinates. Unlike Sarah, he had no education in the arts of trade, no background in ledgers or policy. What he had was a heart forged by hardship. His parents had died in the collapse when he was young, and he had been raised not by blood but by the collective care of the outpost neighbors feeding him, mechanics teaching him how to weld, storytellers giving him the words of old. He was, in every sense, a child of the belt itself. Corinne's gift was not organization or vision, but presence. When he entered a room, silence fell. When he spoke, his words were plain, stripped of embellishment, yet they carried a gravity that made even skeptics lean forward. He did not declare himself a leader, but his people followed all the same. They followed because he reminded them of something they had forgotten, that resilience was not only in survival, but in joy. He sang when work was hardest. He laughed when our age ran thin, and when someone wept in despair, he sat beside them until the tears turned to embers of determination. It was Corinne who revived the belt music, long silenced by hardship. He encouraged children to carve instruments from scrap, to turn rusted pipes into flutes, discarded wires into strings. Soon the sound of music filled the stations, carrying through steel walls into the black. It warms the body, Corinne would say, but music warms the soul. This too became part of the belt wealth. Not coin, not goods, but the refusal to let their spirits be dimmed. The inner worlds were perplexed. They had expected the belt to be consumed with struggle, to remain too busy surviving to think of art. But how was Corinne, leading not by fear or law but by song? His influence spread so quietly that it was overlooked until it was too late. One day, the inner worlds awoke to find that their markets depended not on their own structures, but on the rhythms of belt trade, guided by trust that Sarah had sown and Corinne had nourished with joy. Some said Corinne was Sarah reborn. Others laughed at that, claiming no two flames had burned the same, but it didn't matter. Together, their legacies braided into one truth. Wealth was never the hoarding of coin, but the shared determination of a people who refused to yield. And at long end someone struck flint in the darkness. At long end a seal note of music rose above the silence. The belt would endure. And so, around campfires and beneath leaking domes, stories of Sarah and Corinne mingled, neither outshining the other, each a reminder that wealth was not something granted by rulers or stolen by empires. Wealth was what they carried in their hands, in their voices, in their memory. And long after both names faded from official records, the belt continued to thrive, warmed not by the sun, but by the fire they had made together. Corinne Dragon never once declared himself a prophet or a savior. He never even claimed to know what tomorrow might bring. He only insisted that a people who had known hunger and loneliness deserved laughter just as much as they deserved bread. When asked where he found such unshaken resolve, he would smile, shrug his shoulders, and point toward the quiet stars. "They've watched us longer than any empire," he'd say, "and yet they do not command us. They only remind us that even the darkest night holds room for light." It was that attitude which made even the most hardened trader soften when he spoke. They had seen leaders rise with banners and decrees, only to collapse under the weight of ambition. Corinne carried no banners, only songs, and so he could not be toppled by promises or betrayals. His music became the belt heartbeat. First was old the children strumming crude strings and tapping out rhythms on hollow pipes. But word spread. Artisans who had abandoned their craft during lean years found themselves pulled back into creation. Old welders hammered out instruments with surprising precision. Engineers tuned pipes until they sang it bells. Singers once too weary to waste breath on melodies began to hum again while they worked. By the time Corinne reached his middle years, entire stations echoed with orchestras built from scrap and hope. To outsiders it seemed madness. Why waste time on music when survival itself was always at risk? Yet those who lived in the belt knew the truth. Music was survival, a vital to air. Without it, the body might live, but the soul would starve. Corinne never sought to expand beyond what the people offered freely. During that time, at first it was all the children strumming crude strings and tapping out rhythms on hollow pipes. But the word spread. Artisans who had abandoned their craft during lean years found themselves pulled back into creation. Old welders hammered out instruments with surprising precision. Engineers tuned pipes until they sang it bells. Singers once too weary to waste breath on melodies began to hum again while they worked. By the time Corinne reached his middle years, entire stations echoed with orchestras built from scrap and hope. To outsiders it seemed madness. Why waste time on music when survival itself was always at risk? Yet those who lived in the belt knew the truth. Music was survival, a vital to air. Without it, the body might live, but the soul would starve. Corinne never sought to expand beyond what the people offered freely. Did not command the miners to trade their ore, but they did. Kids, the harmony he nurtured taught them that trust held more weight than currency. He did not demand loyalty from traders, but they gave it anyway, for they had seen how he lived the same any other, working, eating, grieving, laughing. When children were born, he cradled them as if they were his own kin. When elders passed, he sat at their sides until the end. In every act, he reminded them that wealth was not measured by vaults, but by presence. The inner worlds continued their attempts at infiltration. They tried to introduce new luxuries, tools designed to dazzle and distract, but when sleek gadgets arrived, the belt folk admired them briefly before stripping them for parts and turning them into instruments or heating coils. And then, when artificial entertainments were offered, the people turned them down explaining that they had no need of illusions when their own stories and songs filled the void more honestly. One frustrated emissary, returning from yet another failed negotiation, wrote in his report, "It is not poverty that binds them, but something far more dangerous, contentment outside our control." Corin saw the danger in that. Contentment could be mistaken for complacency, and complacency was a slow poison. So he urged his people not to grow idle, not to let joy become a blanket that dulled their vigilance. It spoke often of Sarah Vale, reminding them that her fire had not been meant for comfort alone, but for endurance. "A song without work is just a whisper," he would tell the young, "but when you sing and you labor, the work becomes lighter and the fire burns longer." Thus, joy did not erase struggle. It transformed it, turned hardship into rhythm, toil into chorus. Over time, Corinne influence wove itself into every trade route, every settlement. Agreements were no longer signed in ink, but sealed with gatherings of music. Entire caravans would pause their journeys just to share a night of harmony before continuing on. Outsiders began to attend these gatherings, at first skeptic, then with awe. They had expected raucousness, chaos, but instead found discipline within freedom. No conductor commanding, no script enforced, yet every note found its place. Observers returned home whispering of a people who seemed to live inside music itself, be though it were their native tongue. As he aged, Corinne grew quieter. His once booming voice softened, but his presence did not wane. He spent his last years traveling between the farthest stations, refusing luxury, taking only what he could carry, never staying long in one place. To Zun, it seemed as if he was weaving a final thread, binding the scattered communities into one tapestry. Children would run after him, eager to show him the instruments they had made, the songs they had learned. He would nod, smile, and encourage them to play louder, assuring them that even if the void swallowed their sound, the stars were listening. When Corinne finally passed, there was no funeral procession, no sing ceremony. Instead, had been done for Sarah, each outpost lit its fire, but this time they all raised their music. Across the belt, flutes sang, drums thundered, voices rose. It was said that for one night even the void seemed less empty, as though the stars themselves leaned closer to listen. And when the last note faded, the silence that followed was not grief, but reverence. Corinne Dre had taught them that death could not silence joy if joy was shared. The belt entered a new age then, not defined by survival alone, not defined by resistance alone, but by the blending of both. Their wealth was not in gold or power, but in fire and song, memory and laughter. And though the inner worlds continued to misunderstand, to calculate with numbers what could only be measured with hearts, the belt thrived. For each generation carried both Sarah Fire and Corinne song, passing them down not relics, but then living truths. As generations passed, the belt did not lose the lessons of Sarah Fire or Corinne song. Instead, those lessons became threads woven into the very fabric of daily life. What had begun the scattered rituals, lighting fires for warmth, gathering for music, grew into practices as structured and reliable as any system of trade or governance in the inner worlds. The difference was that these practices were never imposed. They grew organic, shaped by memory and necessity, evolving with the people themselves. To the belt, survival was no longer a matter of hoarding supplies or bowing to distant authorities. It was about maintaining balance, ensuring that every hand had a role, every voice had a place, and every spirit felt the weight of belonging. The belt markets became unlike any others known in the galaxy. In the inner worlds, markets were arenas of competition, ruled by price wars and contracts enforced by bureaucratic courts. In the belt, however, markets resembled festivals. Each exchange was an occasion, a gathering that combined commerce with storytelling and music. Goods were traded, yeso for grain, water for tools, but alongside every transaction was a song, a tale, a reminder of the lineage of both item and giver. A loaf of bread might come with the story of the soil it had grown from, sung in verse by the farmer. A tool might be exchanged with a rhythm tapped on its metal handle, turning the trade itself into part of the performance.
Outsides often found it bewildering, asking, how can business be done when no one haggles? But the belt folk would laugh and reply, why waste energy on quarrel when we can build trust through joy?
This way of life confused the inner worlds most of all. They sent economists and anthropologists seeking to understand how prosperity could exist without currency, its bedrock. The belt traders would humor them, offering explanations that were poetic, they were pragmatic. Our wealth, they would say, is measured not in vaults, but in the strength of our gatherings. If a man can stand among his neighbors and raise his voice without fear, he is rich. If a child can laugh while her parents labor, she is wealth itself. The inner worlds wrote reports calling these beliefs quaint, naive, even dangerous. Yet despite their dismisses, they could not ignore the reality. The Belt communities endured hardship with resilience that money alone could not buy. In time, a third figure emerged, a philosopher not of flame or song, but of pattern. Her name was Leora Kaid, a woman born in one of the smallest mining stations at the edge of the Belt. She was not known for her charisma, nor for her artistry. Where Sarah had rallied with fire and Corinne had soothed with song, Leora listened. She observed how people lived, how they traded, how they celebrated and grieved. She noted that in every act, whether forging tools, tending crops, or strumming strings, there was a hidden structure, a rhythm of give and take that held the community together. Where others saw chaos, she saw order. Where others trusted instinct, she sought understanding. Leora began writing, "Jesse Martin Juan staff was killing this off and was it Leah? Paper, public diagram carved into station walls, etched into tablets of salvaged metal. She mapped the flows of goods and stories, the cycles of celebration and labor. She showed how a festival on one station rippled into better harvests on another, how a new song shared in one caravan inspired tools fashioned differently in another. Her diagrams looked strange to most, full of spirals and loops, but to those who studied them closely, patterns began to emerge. Our wealth, she declared, is not fire or song alone, it is the weaving of both. A fabric stronger than steel, more enduring than credits. When we see the weave, we understand how to mend what tears and strengthen what frays. Some mocked her, claiming she sought to reduce joy to numbers, to trap freedom in lines. But others began to see the value in her work. Farmers used her diagrams to predict when festivals would create demand for extra harvest. Miners studied her cycles to know when to slow extraction, so as not to exhaust their veins too quickly. Traders adopted her loops to lay their roots, ensuring that no outpost went too long without music or fire. Slowly her teaching spread, not their decrees, but their suggestions, tools to see more clear the systems they already lived within. Unlike Sarah or Corinne, Leora did not become a legend in her own time. She lived quietly, always traveling, always listening, recording, and adjusting her diagrams. She left behind no great speeches, no anthems. Instead, she left scrolls of spirals, maps of cycles, instructions on how to weave joy and labor into continuity. When she died, few even knew her name. But decades later, when communities faced challenges, they turned back to her patterns, realizing that she had given them a compass that pointed not north or south, but toward balance. The Belt came to know this philosophy simply faced the weave. Not a religion, not a law, but a way of being. It told them that fire gave strength, song gave spirit, and weave gave structure. With that three, no storm could scatter them, no empire could tame them, no void could swallow them whole. Travelers who once dismissed the Belt to the cluster of ragged survivors now marveled at a society that seemed fragile, yet proved unbreakable, flexible, yet unyielding. The inner worlds, frustrated and baffled, tried one last time to impose control. They offered alliances, demanding formal treaties. They threatened embargoes, hoping scarcity would drive compliance. But by then, the Belt needed nothing from them. Their fires burned, their songs echoed, their weave endured. When emissaries left empty-handed, I whispered in awe, "Perhaps we have misunderstood wealth all along." And so the Belt continued, not the conquerors or subjects, but to the people who had discovered a truth below the stars, that wealth was not possession but presence, not silence but song, not command but community. Around campfires and beneath rainy domes, old cowboys with weary voices told these tales again and again, so that no child would forget. And long as those stories were told, the Belt would remain rich beyond measure. Back to the West World, an old story. Burns was a fella named Elias Crow, born in a town so small it barely had its own map. Folks there didn't speak of dreams in terms of wealth, not in coin or dollars anyhow. Their idea of being rich was having a roof that didn't leak in the spring storms or a cupboard that stayed full through winter. Elias grew up with calloused hands before he knew what softness was, patching fences and swinging hay bales before most kids had finished with their letters. He didn't know it then, but those rough beginnings would turn into the forge that hardened his outlook on money. Where others saw a dollar, a ticket to spend, Elias saw it as a seed. If you spent it, it was gone. If you planted it carefully with patience, it would grow into a tree that shaded you the rest of your life. That lesson came not from any book, but from sitting at the edge of his family porch, watching how his ma stretched one sack of flour into 3 weeks' worth of bread. By the time Elias was 17, he had a choice. Fought the trail out west with nothing but a bedroll or stay in town and take odd jobs. He chose the road, wandering into cities where skyscrapers stood like cold mountain. Those streets were not kind, but Elias didn't expect kindness. He expected opportunity, the kind most folks tripped over because they were too busy complaining about what they lacked. He started with a broom, sweeping the floors of a warehouse where men twice his age cursed the hours. Elias kept quiet, but he kept his eyes open. Every night after work, he'd sit in the corner of a cheap diner with a notepad he bought for a nickel. While others wasted coins on cigarettes and whiskey, Elias scribbled numbers, figuring out what it would take to save for a year, what that year's savings might do if invested in a piece of land, and how that land might pay him back double if he learned to work it right. His dreams weren't about riches he couldn't touch. They were about steady steps, each one building on the last. The turning point came when Elias overheard 2 men in the warehouse talking about surplus goods items, too dented, too scratched, or too mismeasured to sell in regular stores. They laughed about how the company tossed them out back by the truckload. Elias didn't laugh. That night, instead of walking home, he lingered, found the piles of discarded merchandise crates of lanterns with cracked glass, boots with mismatched laces, canned goods with smudged labels. Most folks saw junk. Elias saw value. He asked the foreman if he could take some off their hands. The man waved him off, saying it was trash. Elias loaded as much as he could carry anyway. By weekend, he had a stall set up in the corner of a Sunday market. He didn't sell the goods it is, he mended them. Glass got patched with wire, boots got new laces, labels got scrubbed and rewritten. And when folks asked if the goods were sturdy, Elias would look them straight in the eye and say, "Test 'em yourself, trust," he reckoned, was worth more than any signboard. His stall grew. One stall turned into 3, then a little shop. But by 25, Elias had a store not only selling but trading, offering credit to families he knew would honor their word. He kept ledgers so detailed you could have sworn they were scripture, not numbers. While other shopkeepers scoffed at extending trust, Elias doubled down on it. He believed people rose to meet the faith placed in them, and most of the time he was right. The few times he was wrong, he didn't curse the lost. He treated it pay the price of doing honest business in a dishonest world. The years went on and Elias built something rare, not just wealth but a reputation. By 40, he owned warehouses instead of sweeping them. By 50, he was lending capital to young dreamers, remembering what it felt like to start with nothing. And by 60, folks came from far-off towns just to sit at his table and ask how he'd done it. He'd smile, lean back in his chair, and with the firelight dancing in his eyes, he'd say, "I planted seeds others saw dust." But the real success wasn't the stores or the warehouses. It was that Elias never changed his way of living. He still ate simple meals, still mended his own boots, still sat by the window on stormy nights counting not his money but his blessings. He taught his children and grandchildren that true wealth was not measured in stacks of bills, but in the freedom to live without fear, to give without calculating, and to sleep at night with a clear conscience. So when the rain fell heavy and the campfire hissed under its weight, the old-timers told his story. They spoke of Elias Crow, the boy who turned discards into destiny, who proved that wealth ain't a treasure to be hoarded, but a tool to be tended, like the steady flame of a lantern, and the young ones listened, learning that finance ain't about greed, it's about stewardship, patience, and a backbone as steady as a fence post in the wind. The years that followed were not all sunshine and smooth reading for Elias Crow. Fortune, steady as he had made it seem, had a way of testing a man's resolve. The first big storm came in the form of an economic downturn that rattled every town for miles. Prices for goods tumbled, wages dried up, and even the most reliable customers tightened their belts. Many shopkeepers locked their doors for good, chalking it up to hard luck. Elias, though, didn't see the storm be in. He saw it the chance to test the foundation he'd built brick by brick. Where others panicked, Elias slowed his stride. He cut his own wages first, then trimmed expenses without letting go of his workers. If we ride this out together, he told them, we'll come out stronger. Those words were more than comfort. They were a promise. He led his employees each morning by the stove in the shop, pouring them hot coffee and explaining the numbers plain and day. He showed them where the money came from, what it went, and how every hand on deck kept the ship steady. That tide of honesty turned fear into loyalty. Elias also did something most folks would have thought foolish. He extended more credit instead of less. Families that couldn't pay up front found his ledger open to their names. Feed your young ones first, he'd tell a worried mother. Then come see me when the harvest is better. Accused him of digging his own grave by trusting so freely. But Elias believed in something stronger than numbers on a page. He believed that desperate times revealed the heart of a community. And if you gave folks dignity instead of shame, they'd repay you tenfold when they could. Sure enough, the years passed and the economy mended. Customers not only settled their debts, they brought him new business, new friends, and a reputation that stretched farther than any advertisement ever could. Another trial came in the shape of competition. A new man rolled into town with a slick tongue and deeper pockets.
Put the shop twice the size of Elias', painted with bright signs and stocked with goods from faraway cities. At first, folks flocked there, dazzled by the novelty. Elias didn't chase after him with discounts or loud promises. He stayed steady. He kept his books tight, his goods fair, and his word truer than steel. Over time, customers saw the shine wear off the newcomer. Goods failed, promises broke, and people remembered the steady hand of Elias Crow. Slowly, one by one, they drifted back, realizing that wealth without integrity was nothing but smoke in the wind. Still, temptation whispered even to a man as seasoned as Elias. As his fortune grew, investors came knocking. They promised him expansion into big cities, factories that could churn out goods by the thousands, profits that would multiply faster than any corn harvest. For a spell, Elias wrestled with the idea.
He'd sit by the fire at night, ledger open on his knee, hearing that voice in his head telling him he could be a millionaire if he'd get reached a little farther. But then he'd hear another voice, the one that spoke of his mother stretching flour, of his first stall in the Sunday market, of trust writ down in careful lines of ink. He realized something vital. Wealth was not about scale, it was about substance. So he turned down those grand offers, not because he lacked ambition, but because he knew chasing more for the sake of more would strip away the very soul of what he'd built. Instead, he reinvested in his town. He repaired roads, helped raise barns, and paid for scholarships so young folks could chase their own dreams. And the years rolled on. Elias' wealth grew, not in banknotes, but in respect, in gratitude, in the knowledge that he had left his corner of the world better than he found it. By the time he was an old man, Elias could walk through town with no guard, no worry. Children waved at him, farmers tipped their hats, and even strangers knew his name. They thought him a rich man, but Elias would chuckle at that. "I'm just a man who kept planting seeds," he'd say, and had the patience to watch them grow. One stormy night near the end of his days, Elias sat by his fireplace with his grandson, a boy with wide eyes and restless spirit. The boy asked him, "Grandpa, how do you know when you're rich enough?" Elias leaned back, his chair creaking, and let the firelight dance across his weather-red face. "Son," he said, "slow and steady. You're rich enough when you can sleep through a thunderstorm without worrying what tomorrow brings. When you know your neighbors by name, and they know you'll lend a hand before you count a dollar. That the kind of wealth that don't rust, don't fade, and don't get stolen." The rain poured outside, tapping a rhythm against the windows, and Elias' words settled into the boy heart like embers in the hearth. Years later, when Elias was long gone, folks would still gather around campfires and porches, telling his story. Not because he left behind piles of money, but because he left behind something far rarer, a legacy of trust, patience, and a reminder that true finance is not about hoarding, but about tending to life like a steady flame. Elias' passing didn't mark the end of his tale, but rather the start of a new chapter carried forward by those who had watched him, learned from him, and inherited not only his fortune, but also his philosophy. His children, grown and tested in their own ways, found themselves faced with a world changing faster than their father had seen. Steam engines roared across the countryside. Banks opened with promises of loans too easy to refuse, and big corporations stretched their shadows into every small town, looking to swallow up local trade. For men, this new age was bewildering. But for Elias' family, it was a test of whether his lessons could stand against the pull of modern temptation. His eldest daughter, Clara, was the first to step into the role of steward. She had her father, patience, and a mind sharp enough to read numbers like they were plain words on a page. She saw early on that wealth was no longer just about tangible goods. It was about investments, stocks, bonds, and ideas that seemed dead abstract as the clouds but held the power to move mountains. Many of her peers stumbled into ruin by rushing into these markets without caution, chasing the thrill of quick gains. Clara, however, remembered Elias' voice. Slow money lasts longer than fast fortunes. She began investing, but only in what she could understand, and only after speaking with the people behind the ventures. If their eyes didn't shine with honesty, she walked away, no matter pay sweet the promise. Her brother Thomas was cut from a different cloth. He had the spirit of adventure, the kind of man who wanted to see new lands and shake hands with strangers across oceans. When he inherited part of the business, he saw opportunity in trade routes, foreign goods, and partnerships in cities his father had only read about. At first, Clara worried he would stray too far, risking the family foundation on whims. But Thomas surprised her. He traveled, yes, but he carried their father's words in his saddlebag. In every port, he treated partners not their rivals, but their neighbors. He built trust instead of taking advantage, and soon his name, like Elias, became a guarantee of fairness. Then came the youngest, Samuel, who had more fire in him than both siblings combined. If their eyes didn't shine with honesty, she walked away, no matter how sweet the promise. Her brother Thomas was cut from a different cloth. He had the spirit of adventure, the kind of man who wanted to see new lands and shake hands with strangers across oceans. When he inherited part of the business, he saw opportunity in trade routes, foreign goods, and partnerships in cities his father had only read about. At first, Clara worried he would stray too far, risking the family foundation on whims. But Thomas surprised her. He traveled, yes, but he carried their father's words in his saddlebag. In every port, he treated partners not their rivals, but their neighbors. He built trust instead of taking advantage, and soon his name, like Elias, became a guarantee of fairness. Then came the youngest, Samuel, who had more fire in him than both siblings combined. Samuel didn't care much for ledgers or trade routes. His eyes were on the people. He believed true wealth was wasted if it didn't feed back into the soil it came from. So he opened schools, funded libraries, and even started a fund to help families who'd lost their breadwinner to accidents in the mines and factories. Some investors scoffed at him, calling it charity without return. But Samuel knew better. Every coin he gave found its way back, not in profits, but in goodwill, loyalty, and the kind of community spirit that made the family name unshaken. Together, the siblings formed a legacy that mirrored their father but also expanded on it. Clara kept the finances strong, Thomas broadened the horizons, and Samuel wove the wealth back into the very fabric of society. And though they often disagreed, Clara cautioned, and Thomas dreaming, Samuel giving, they always found common ground by sitting around the same hearth their father once warmed. They'd argue, laugh, and finally nod when someone quoted Elias' favorite line, "Wealth is a tool, not a trophy. Use it well and it'll outlive you." But much they held fast to Elias' teachings. The world tested them harshly. A banking panic swept across the nation, wiping out savings and topping businesses overnight. Families lined up out closed bank doors, tears in their eyes. Many begged Clara to withdraw the family funds before it was too late. Yet she stood firm, refusing to run at the first sign of smoke. Instead, she opened the family reserves to lend money directly to neighbors and small shopkeepers who would have otherwise lost everything. When the panic eased, folks remembered who had steadied their hands when no one else would. That trust brought business back in floods, and the family wealth grew stronger than then. Not because of speculation, but because of solidarity. Thomas, meanwhile, faced storms overseas. Pirates, corrupt officials, and deceitful traders tested his resolve. But he found that, just then in his father town, honesty was a universal language. When others resorted to bribes or lies, Thomas offered fair deals and clear contracts. It took longer, and often he walked away empty-handed rather than compromise. But in the long run, it gave him partners who trusted him like kin. They'd send ships across oceans with his name alone as their insurance. In time, he built an international web of trust, one not bound by borders or currencies. Samuel, too, had his battles. Fundon folk muttered that his generosity was softening the family, making them vulnerable. But when a great flood swept through their valley, destroying homes and crops, Samuel's foresight proved invaluable. The schools he built became shelters, the funds he saved became lifelines, and the community that had once questioned him rallied around, stronger than then. It became clear that his kind of wealth invested in people and spirit was the kind that endured storms no coin could guard against. As years rolled on, the Crow name became more than a family. It became a story, a standard. Travelers would come into town just to hear tales of Elias and his children sitting by tavern fires as old-timers retold how the family never bent to greed, never bowed to fear, and never forgot the hands that lifted them up in the first place. And in every telling, one truth remained, that wealth, real wealth, was not measured in gold or property, but in the trust you built, the lives you touched, and the peace you carried into the night when the storms rattled your windows. As time marched on, the Crow family tree sprouted branches that reached far beyond what Elias himself could imagine. His grandchildren grew up not around the humble crackle of a campfire and the steady rhythm of hooves on dirt, but amidst the noise of locomotives, factories, and bustling city streets. They were born into comfort, inheritors of a name already burnished by trust, fairness, and steady wealth. Yet with that inheritance came the greatest trial, whether they'd remember the roots that nourished them or let the new world glitter blind them to the old truths. Clara's daughter Margaret was the first to take up the mantle of leadership. She had inherited her mother's discipline and her grandfather's quiet patience, unlike the men of her generation, who chased wild schemes and sought fortunes in steel and oil. Margaret looked for balance. She saw that the Crow fortune would grow in this industrial age, but she knew unchecked expansion often left broken communities in its wake. She invested in factories, but demanded fair wages in safe conditions, standing against the cutthroat practices of tycoons who treated men net expended coal. Workers flocked to her enterprises, not only because of the pay, but because they knew she saw them the people, not tools. In time, her businesses thrived, even when others fell to strikes and unrest. Thomas' son, Daniel, was a wanderer like his father. Where Thomas crossed oceans for trade, Daniel crossed frontiers for opportunity. He'd pushed westward with the railroads, buying parcels of land not for speculation alone, but to build towns along the new tracks. He made sure each settlement had a school, a market, and a community hall where he sold a field lot. Investors laughed, calling them sentimental, but families lined up to settle in places that bore his touch. The towns he built didn't crumble into ghost settlements when the boom passed. They grew roots, much like the Crows themselves. And Daniel, though never the richest of his peers, left behind a trail of thriving communities that carried his name with reverence. Samuel's son Henry, however, faced the sharpest temptation. He was a man of grand gestures with a taste for elegance and a hunger for recognition. He saw his father's philanthropy not as a moral compass, but a stage to earn applause. At first, his projects flaming libraries, ornate theaters, public monuments won admiration. Yet, behind the marble and stone, his dealings grew careless. He borrowed recklessly, trusted smooth talkers, and often signed papers without the patience to read the fine print. Where his father had given with humility, Henry gave for spectacle, and it nearly undid all that had been built. A financial collapse swept through the nation, and Henry, entangled in debts and false partnerships, found himself cornered. It was Margaret and Daniel who saved the family name. They bared what remained of the fortune and steadied the foundation. Margaret quietly led over Henry's debts, negotiating with creditors not through pride, but through reason. Daniel used his network of towns and communities to reestablish trust, reminding folks that a Crow promise was still worth something. And Henry, humbled and chastened, found himself working not behind a desk, but side by side with men laying bricks for the very school and libraries he once built for applause. It was in sweat and labor stripped of grandeur that he finally understood the lesson his grandfather had lived. Wealth was not about monuments, but about service. The Crow grandchildren left their own mark on the land. Their era wasn't about ledgers or wagons anymore. It was about industry, steel, and steam, but at the heart of their choices, the ebb of Elias' wisdom remained. That fortune must be wielded with fairness, and that trust, once broken, is dearer than gold to restore. The family weathered panics, booms, and busts, not because they were the cleverest traders or the boldest risk-takers, but because they returned again and again to the steady hearth of their values. By the turn of the century, the Crow name had become legend, not the kind of legend etched in marble statues or shouted in political halls, but the kind told in quiet stories by families sitting in the glow of a lantern. Travelers spoke of towns built by Daniel, businesses safeguarded by Margaret, and libraries that bore Samuel's mark but were redeemed by Henry's sweat. The Crows had proven that wealth, no matter how the world changed, was still a matter of character more than currency. And though the fire, Elias once tended had long turned to ash. It lived on in memory, in the warmth of every household touched by his descendants' choices. Around countless hearths and campfires, men and women repeated the same words: wealth is a tool, not a trophy. Use it well and it'll outlive you. In that truth, the crows endured not live you. Not just a family of fortune, but as a story passed from generation to generation, like a flame that refuses to die in the storm. The turn of the century brought not only factories and railroads, but also men whose ambition burned hotter than any furnace. They made themselves industrialists, captains of progress, builders of a new age, but most folks knew them by another name: robber barons. They built empires out of oil, steel, coal, and finance, and they were as quick to crush rivals as they were to gild their mansions. It was in this world of sharp suits, boardroom deals, and smoke-choked skies that the Crow family had to prove whether their values could endure. Margaret was the first to clash with them. Her enterprises in textiles and late manufacturing had grown steadily, and though she'd refused to cut corners on wages or safety, her profits remained strong. That drew the eye of Henry Callaway, a steel magnate whose mills stretched from Pennsylvania to the Great Lakes. Callaway believed everything had a price: land, labor, even loyalty. He approached Margaret with an offer to fold her factories into his empire. The deal looked good on paper, promising untold riches, but Margaret saw the hidden cost. Her workers would be ground down under Callaway's relentless pursuit of efficiency, treated they expendable cogs. She refused. Callaway warned her she'd regret it, boasting that no one could resist the tide of consolidation. But Margaret held her ground, quietly diversifying her business and reinvesting in worker housing and schools. Her enterprises in textiles and late manufacturing had grown steadily, and though she'd refused to cut corners on wages or safety, her profits remained strong. That drew the eye of Henry Callaway, a steel magnate whose mills stretched from Pennsylvania to the Great Lakes. Callaway believed everything had a price: land, labor, even loyalty. He approached Margaret with an offer to fold her factories into his empire. The deal looked good on paper, promising untold riches, but Margaret saw the hidden cost. Her workers would be ground down under Callaway's relentless pursuit of efficiency, treated they expendable cogs. She refused. Callaway warned her she'd regret it, boasting that no one could resist the tide of consolidation. But Margaret held her ground, quietly diversifying her business and reinvesting in worker housing and schools. In time, when Callaway Empire buckled under a strike that crippled his mills, it was Margaret companies that survived, steady at a rock in a storm. Daniel troubles came on the frontier. As railroads stitched the continent together, speculators swept west, buying up land to flip at outrageous prices. They mocked Daniel's insistence on build communities rather than hollow speculation. There no profit in conscience, they sneered. Yet Daniel towns with their sturdy schools and reliable markets drew settlers who stayed, while the speculative camps collapsed into dust once the railroad passed on. Still, Daniel wasn't immune to temptation. There was a time when he considered partnering with a group of financiers who promised to double his returns overnight. The deal glittered like gold in the sun, but Margaret's letters reminded him of their grandfather creed. If a promise sounds too good, it ain't built to last. Daniel walked away, and months later the financier's scheme unraveled into scandal, leaving hundreds bankrupt. His reputation for honesty only grew stronger after that. Henry Chassin from his earlier fall remained vulnerable to the trappings of prestige. A shipping magnate named Edwin Duval sought him out, dangling visions of fleets of ocean liners that would carry the Crow name across the Atlantic. The investment would require nearly everything Henry had managed to rebuild. Blinded by the grandeur, Henry almost signed, but he stopped short when he visited the docks. There, he saw the underpaid crews, the unsafe hulls, and the cutthroat practices Duval relied on. It stirred the memory of sweat on his brow, of laying bricks shoulder to shoulder with common men. He turned Duval down. Instead, Henry invested in smaller shipping lines that treated crews with dignity. The profits were modest, but the loyalty of those sailors turned into something worth far more resilience in an age when grand empires rose and fell overnight. As the robber barons clawed at each other for dominance, the Crows built something different. Their name became a quiet alternative to greed, a promise that business could be done without sacrificing integrity. Newspapers sometimes mocked them in the cautious crows, implying they lacked the boldness of the great tycoons. But when financial panic struck, when trust companies failed and fortunes evaporated, the crows endured. Banks lent to them willingly, communities welcomed their ventures, and workers defended them fiercely against rumors or slander. It wasn't all smooth sailing. There were lean years when wages had to be trimmed, when factories sat idle, when debts loomed heavy. But the crows faced those times with transparency. They told their workers the truth, shared sacrifices openly, and when better days returned, they repaid loyalty with generosity. That honesty built a bond money could never buy. By the dawn of the new century, the Crow enterprises weren't the largest, nor the flashiest, but they were the steadiest. They had weathered the storms of consolidation, speculation, and scandal by clinging to values older than the railroads, older even than the steel mills. Fairness, patience, and trust. And then skyscrapers rose over cities and the world hurtled into the modern age. The Crows stood not the relics of the past, but this proof that integrity could outlast even the fiercest tides of change. In quiet moments, Margaret would gather her children and nieces and nephews, telling them of Elias by the fire. She'd speak of the man who built trust ledger by ledger, deal by deal, campfire by campfire. Daniel would add stories of dusty towns turned into thriving homes, Henry of mistakes that forged humility. And in their words, the children learned not only their family history, but its compass, that wealth wasn't about towers of steel or vaults of gold, but about people, promises, and the steady warmth of a fire that never died. The years rolled on, and with them came a new tide of voices demanding fairness from the great engines of industry. The progressive era, as I later called it, was a time when ordinary folks began to rise up against the unchecked power of trusts and monopolies. Newspapers carried stories of sweatshops packed with children, of coal miners suffocating deep underground, of cities drowning in filth while a handful of men lived in marble palaces. Out of this unrest grew movements that taught for justice, better wages, safer workplaces, schools for every child, and governments free from the grip of corporate dollars. And into this growing storm, the Crowe family found themselves once again tested, for their reputation beads builders of honest wealth drew both admiration and suspicion. Margaret, the iron-willed matriarch of her branch of the family, was one of the first to step into the fray. While other industrialists scoffed at unions, she opened her doors to dialogue. She remembered Elias' words about honor and about how a man's word was worth more than gold. To her, workers weren't enemies, they were partners in the great venture of progress. When a factory strike rippled across her industry, Margaret shocked her peers by not calling in police or strikebreakers. Instead, she sat down with representatives, listened to their grievances, and made concessions that balanced survival with humanity. It wasn't charity, it was a recognition that wealth built on resentment couldn't endure. Her willingness to compromise became a model for others, though most tycoons ignored her, too drunk on their power to imagine bending even slightly. Daniel, who had built towns along the railroads, saw firsthand the misery of farmers crushed by debts and unfair freight rates. He began speaking out quietly at first about the need for regulation. Rail barons cursed his name, whispering that he had betrayed the creed of free enterprise. But Daniel knew what those men did not, that unbridled greed would one day choke the very system it relied upon. By supporting fairer rates and helping his townsfolk organize co-ops, he not only preserved their trust, but also ensured that his communities would remain loyal through thick and thin. It was risky. Investors threatened to withdraw. Rivals plotted to undercut him. But Daniel's steady hand never wavered. His motto was simple. A market without fairness is no market at all, but a rigged game. Henry, scarred by his early downfall and later redemption, found himself drawn into public service. Though he was no politician, he supported candidates who vowed to curb corruption and extend education. He poured resources into public libraries, believing that wealth hoarded in vaults was dead, but knowledge shared freely was living capital. His actions earned him scorn from fellow financiers who accused him of squandering his fortune on unprofitable dreams. But when economic downturns hit and illiteracy proved a barrier to recovery, it was Henry's investment in education that bore fruit. The children of dock workers and seamstresses able to read and reckon became clerks, engineers, and entrepreneurs. The very towns his shipping line supplied grew stronger because he had dared to look beyond the balance sheet. As the decades passed, the Crows became symbols of a different kind of wealth. They weren't saints, they made mistakes, faced setbacks, and bore the marks of human frailty. Yet their story carried a lesson that whispered like the crackle of a fire on a stormy night, that money without principle is a burden, but money guided by conscience is a blessing. Where robber barons left bitterness, the Crows left gratitude. Where monopolies crumbled under their own weight, the Crows' enterprises endured like oaks rooted deep in the soil. Even when the nation politics turned rough, when populists clashed with capitalists and reformers battled machine bosses, the Crows managed to keep their footing. They never sought to dominate the political stage, but their quiet influence was felt in laws that curbed child labor, in wages that allowed a family to eat more than bread and beans, and in schools that gave even the poorest child a chance to rise. And the while, around kitchen tables and front porches, their story grew of a family that had stood against the tide of greed not with swords or armies, but with integrity, patience, and a willingness to see every man and woman worthy of respect. By the time the younger generation came of age, the Crow name was no longer just about business, it was about stewardship. They weren't the richest family in America, but in many towns they were the most trusted. The trust, Elias once said, was the only coin that never lost its shine. The thunder of the 1920s roared through the land like a runaway locomotive, bright with jazz flappers and the hum of new machines. Radios brought voices into every parlor. Cars lined the streets of cities that glittered with neon, and fortunes seemed to sprout overnight from stocks and speculation. For a time, it appeared as though the Kun had broken free from gravity itself, sailing that upward on a tide of prosperity. But under that dazzling surface, cracks spread wide, and the Crow family, though wiser than most, could feel the tremors of what was to come. Henry, older now but still sharp-eyed, warned his kin that easy wealth was the most dangerous time. He had lived through collapse once and recognized the reckless fever in the air. Men who had never set foot on a farm bought and sold wheat, as if it were poker chips. Banks lent money to speculators with no collateral but bravado. Margaret Vertical pulled much of her business reserves out of the stock market and instead invested in infrastructure, bridges, warehouses, and housing for workers. She said brick and mortar may age, but they rarely vanish overnight the way numbers on paper do. Many sneered at her old-fashioned caution, but her decisions would later prove prophetic. Daniel's sons, eager to test their wings, weren't so patient. The younger Crows dabbled in stocks, and with remarkable early success, parties and automobiles flowed like water, and for a brief spell they believed they had found a shortcut to the wealth their elders had fought tooth and nail to secure. Daniel, however, led them one evening and told them a story he himself had heard from Elias' long-gone boys. He said, his voice gravelly with years, "A man who wins too fast learns too little, and a man who learns too little loses faster than he can count." Some listened, some did not. Then came October of 1929. The crash was such a cannon blast, echoing from Wall Street to the smallest prairie town. Overnight, paper fortunes disintegrated. Banks failed by the hundreds, leaving families penniless. Bread lines wound round city blocks, while farmers, unable to sell crops at any price, watched their harvests rot in silos. Even those who had never touched the stock market felt the sting. For wages fell, jobs disappeared, and hope itself seemed rationed. Crows were not spared entirely. Investments were lost. Projects stalled. But Margaret Forsythe and Henry's steadying hand kept them afloat when so many others sank. In the years that followed, the Crows became pillars not of grandeur but of survival. Daniel cooperative towns turned into lifelines. But farmers pooled resources and shared the little they had. Henry doubled his support for libraries and trade schools, giving the unemployed a place to study and prepare for better days. Margaret kept her factories open, sometimes at a loss, rather than abandon workers who had built her success. "I would rather lose a fortune," she declared, "than lose my honor." Those words spread like gospel among families who clung to any sign that decency hadn't died with prosperity. And so, while the Great Depression swallowed countless businesses and left whole regions barren, the Crows endured, not because they were untouched by the storm, but as they refused to let fear guide their choices. They tightened their belts, yes, but they also opened their doors. Soup kitchens bore their name, not their vanity, but the reminders that wealth, even diminished, could still be wielded as a weapon against despair. In the quiet of those hard years, as snow fell on silent streets and radios carried news of bank closures, the Crow family story passed from neighbor to neighbor like a lantern shared in the dark. People spoke of them, not as titans of industry, but as kinfolk who stood shoulder to shoulder with the common man. And though many fortunes vanished in those grim days, the Crows gained something no market crash would erase: the unshaken trust of those they served. When the dust finally began to lift and the nation slowly crawled back toward light, the Crows stood ready, not to rebuild palaces, but to help rebuild the country itself. For they had learned, more deeply than then, that true wealth was not found in ledgers or vaults, but in the strength of communities bound together by faith, labor, and the belief that no storm lasts forever. The clouds of war layered over Europe long before America was drawn into the fight, and the Crow family once again found themselves at a crossroads of history. By the late 1930s, the world wounds from the Depression had not yet healed, yet new fires were being stoked overseas. Factories that had once stood idle now roared back to life, churning out goods not meant for American markets, but for allies preparing for conflict. The Crows, pragmatic as always, saw both peril and duty in these changes. Margaret Manufacturing Ventures were among the first to pivot toward defense contracts, producing machinery and parts that would eventually fuel the Allied effort. She insisted on fair wages even when the demand for labor soared, refusing to exploit desperation. "We are arming men to fight tyranny abroad," she reminded her managers, "and we must not plant seeds of tyranny here at home." Her words became policy, and her factories became known in places where workers were not just cogs in a machine, but partners in a cause greater than profit. Henry, though older now and slower in step, still spoke with clarity and conviction.
Religious and towns failure to make the bring the policy wishing so on visit training programs from returning veterans and reminded anyone who would listen that war had a way of erasing distinctions between rich and poor. Bullets don't ask your worth, he said at one gathering, it asks only your courage. Daniel's sons, now men themselves, took up uniforms and went overseas, carrying with them the lessons of grit and honor their family had hammered into their bones. The war years were hard on the family. The letters from Europe arrived sporadic, each one read aloud by lantern light in the old farmhouse that had birthed their fortune. Margaret managed her factories while grieving the silence between letters, praying for her nephew's safe return.
Henry, though frail, walked each morning, paced the long list of names etched on the town memorial wall, tipping his hat to boys who would never come home. The Crows bore their losses quietly, with the stoicism of those who knew that sacrifice was sometimes the only coin worth spending. When victory was declared in 1945, the celebrations that swept through America were wild and joyous, but the Crows tempered their joy with reverence. They welcomed their sons and nephews home, those who had survived, with embraces that seemed to stretch across generations. Yet they also funded scholarships in the names of those who had not returned, determined that fallen soldiers would live on in the futures of others.
Margaret declared if their lives were cut short, their dreams will not be, and endowments were made to schools and universities that would carry young men and women forward into professions their parents could scarcely imagine. The post-war years brought a different kind of challenge.
Abundance. America was booming, suburbs spreading like wildfire, highways carving paths across the land, and neat technologies promising comforts that only a decade earlier would have seemed like science fiction. The Crows, seasoned by hardship, recognized both the promise and the peril of such unchecked growth. While others rushed headlong into consumerism, the family invested in balanced housing developments built with community spaces, farms supported with modern equipment but guided by conservation, and businesses that prioritized sustainability long before it became a buzzword. Daniel's grandchildren, raised in the shadow of both depression and war, began to question the family legacy. Was their wealth a burden or a blessing? Some feared being swallowed by the enormum of their inheritance, while others felt the call to innovate beyond the paths already carved. Heated debates rang through Crow dinners. Should they expand into oil, the booming power of the century? Or should they double down on agriculture, ensuring food security for a rapidly growing population? In the end, the family chose diversity. Some branches pursued energy, others education, and still others remained tied to the soil. They did not always agree, but they understood that survival required adaptation. One granddaughter, Evelyn, became a pioneer in finance, breaking into the male-dominated world of Wall Street not with swagger, but with patience and precision. From the temple shore nearby the calm, feel they haven't come out.
There's a plot in other just lots of the present knowledge and element for black saxometry, which are marked by Salvatore Capadulli, Pathard Ricardo. Yet heated debates rank their crow dinners. Should they expand into oil, the booming power of the century? Or should they double down on agriculture, ensuring food security for a rapidly growing population? In the end, the family chose diversity. Some branches pursued energy, others education, and still others remained tied to the soil. They did not always agree, but they understood that survival required adaptation.
One granddaughter, Evelyn, became a pioneer in finance, breaking into the male-dominated world of Wall Street not with swagger, but with patience and precision. She studied the patterns of markets, recalling her great-uncle Henry warnings about bubbles, and built a reputation for cautious but steady growth. We don't gamble, she told her clients. Wei Wei, another grandson, Thomas, returned to the land with a passion for conservation, experimenting with crop rotation and soil management practices that would one day be hailed date ahead of their time. He spoke at agricultural conferences, often wearing worn boots and speaking plain truths. The land is a partner, not a servant, he would say. By the dawn of the 1950s, the Crow family had once again managed not only to endure but to thrive. Their influence stretched across industries and generations, yet at the heart of it was the same flickering fire of principle that had guided Elias long gone: hard work, honesty, and the refusal to hoard wealth for its own sake. Families across the Midwest still told stories of the Crows, though they were neighbors, not magnates, and the legend of their resilience became woven into the broader fabric of American hope. The post-war boom, with all its glittering promise, could have made the Crows complacent. Instead, it deepened their resolve to remember the lessons of hunger and loss. They knew prosperity was not a guarantee, but a stewardship. And so, around campfires and kitchen tables alike, their tale continued to be told, not just of dollars earned, but of dignity preserved, of wealth transformed into community, and of a legacy that stretched far beyond balance sheets. The 1960s swept in like a storm over the plains, not with the hunger of the Depression or the bombs of a world war, but with questions, deep, unsettling questions about the soul of America. Civil rights marches filled the streets, college campuses hummed with protest, and music carried voices of rebellion into every corner of the land. The Crowe family, rooted in tradition yet bound by a duty to fairness, found themselves once again at a crossroads of history. Evelyn, now firmly established on Wall Street, was one of the first to sense the seismic shift. She watched markets bend under the pressure of social unrest, Vietnam War expenditures, and inflation creeping in like a thief at night. Yet her response was not panic, but patience. She guided her firm and her family investments toward stability, avoiding the speculative frenzy that tempted so many during times of uncertainty. Her words, often repeated, became a mantra. Wealth built on fear is fragile. Wealth built on faith in people is lasting. Back home in the Midwest, Thomas fought a different battle. Farms were consolidating, smallholders squeezed out by corporations chasing efficiency. He refused to bow to the tide. Instead, he created co-ops where farmers pooled resources, buying equipment and selling crops together. His model spread across counties, ensuring that small farmers could hold their ground against giants. At the gatherings, Thomas spoke with the grit of a man who had seen too many neighbors broken by debt. A man labor ought to feed his children, not a banker appetite. His words lit fires in the hearts of rural communities that had long felt forgotten. The younger generation of Crows was restless. They had grown up in relative comfort, shielded from the want that had shaped their ancestors, and they sought meaning beyond financial success. Some marched for civil rights, standing shoulder to shoulder with black neighbors who had long been denied the same chance the Crows themselves had been afforded. Others joined protests against the Vietnam War, clashing bitterly with older family members who believed that duty to country should come before personal politics. These arguments stretched late into the night around family table, voices rising and falling, but always ending with the understanding that love ran deeper than disagreement. Margaret, in her twilight years, watched all this unfold with a mixture of pride and worry. Her factories had survived wartime demand and post-war boom, but now faced labor disputes as workers demanded a greater share of the prosperity they had helped build. Strikes erupted, sometimes peacefully, sometimes not. Instead of fighting them with lawyers and police, Margaret invited union leaders into her office, sat them down with tea, and listened. "Your grievances," she said, "are not threats. They are warnings. If we ignore them, we build resentment. If we answer them, we build trust." Through negotiation and compromise, she managed to avoid the bitter collapses that crippled other manufacturers of the time. As the decade pressed on, the Crows expanded into education, pouring money into scholarships for students from working-class families and minority communities. They believed that the unrest shaking the nation was not about wages or war, but about opportunity, or the lack of it. "If knowledge is hoarded," Evelyn remarked at one fundraiser, "it becomes then poisonous but hoarded gold." Their foundations funded libraries, community colleges, and vocational training programs that lifted thousands of families onto paths once closed to them. The 1970s brought a different kind of storm: stagflation, oil crises, and the slow erosion of the unshakable confidence Americans once held in endless growth. The Crows, too, felt the strain. Investments in oil yielded profits, but also invited criticism. Environmental movements began to gain strength. Thomas clashed with cousins who pushed for deeper involvement in petroleum, warning that short-term gains could come at long-term costs. He doubled down on conservation, developing methods of soil and water preservation that would only be appreciated decades later. At the time, Bunn saw him as stubborn, even foolish, but his work planted seeds that would outlast the arguments. Family meetings grew more complex. Once they had argued about cattle herds or grain yields, now they debated global supply chains, currencies, and environmental ethics. Yet, through all the contention, there remained a thread of continuity, the conviction that wealth meant nothing if it did not serve the people around it. Even if they disagreed about methods, the Crows never abandoned that code principle. It was their compass in an age when so many others felt lost. By the late 1970s, the Crows had weather-bear nearly a century of storms, economic collapse, war, social upheaval, and generational divides. Their story was no longer just a tale of survival. It had become a testament to adaptability. Around campfires, old Henry's sayings were still remembered, though he had long since passed. Younger Crows told them like parables: a ledger without compassion is just paper, or land don't belong to us, we belong to the land. These words, passed down like heirlooms, kept the family grounded even as the world spun faster and faster. As America marched toward the uncertain dawn of the 1980s, the Crows stood once again on the threshold of change. Their wealth was vast, their influence undeniable, but their true inheritance was something less tangible and far more enduring: a shared belief that wealth, if guided by conscience, could light the way through even the darkest storms. The dawn of the 1980s brought with it a sharp edge, like a cold wind blowing off the prairie. America was changing fast, technology humming louder in every office, Wall Street glimmering with both promise and danger, and the political landscape shifting toward deregulation and the dream of unbridled markets. The Crows, now several generations strong, faced choices that tested their principles in ways as fierce as any drought or war their forebears had endured. Evelyn, seasoned and sharp at Ev, returned to New York at a time when finance itself was transformed. Wall Street, once ruled by steady hands and cautious ledgers, had become a casino of leveraged buyouts, junk bonds, and corporate raiders. She saw men and women intoxicated with speed, building fortunes on borrowed sand. While others chased instant profits, Evelyn held to a different code: stability over speculation. She created funds not for the hungry gamblers, but for pensioners, teachers, factory workers, and those who sought steady growth rather than fireworks. Her voice, still commanding in boardrooms filled with smoke and ambition, reminded her peers: a fortune gained too fast burns out faster. A fortune tended like a fire keeps a family warm through winters. Some mocked her caution. But when the savings and loan crisis hit later in the decade, many of those same voices turned to her for guidance. Meanwhile, Thomas stayed rooted in the soil, his boots heavy with mud and responsibility. The 1980s were unkind to farmers. Interest rates climbed sky high, grain prices fell, and foreclosures spread like wildfires across the Midwest. Thomas could sold out Corcoran were eager to snatch up failing farms, but he refused. Instead, he organized rallies standing on courthouse steps with weather-weather farmers at his side, demanding fairer terms and government relief. He wasn't chasing profit, he was fighting for survival, not just for his land, but for the dignity of those who worked the fields. His co-ops, born decades earlier, became lifelines in this storm, buying time for hundreds of families who might otherwise have been lost. Margaret children, inheriting the mantle of industry, wrestled with a new kind of challenge. Globalization was no longer a whisper, it was a roar.
Factories that had stood for generations faced competition from overseas. Labor was cheaper and regulations lighter. Some in the family argued for moving production abroad, chasing efficiency. Others believed doing so would betray the workers who had built their fortune in the first place. Heated arguments stretched late into the night. One daughter, Anna, broke from tradition entirely, investing in renewable energy projects, solar panels and wind turbines long before such ideas were mainstream. Her gamble drew skepticism from cousins who favored oil and gas, yet her quiet determination planted seeds of resilience for the family future. The younger generation of Crows found themselves pulled toward technology. The personal computer revolution was rising, Silicon Valley buzzing with innovation and risk. A few adventurous grandsons and granddaughters left the farm and factory behind, pouring their energy into startups no one could quite understand. At family gatherings, they spoke of software, chips, and networks that would connect the world. Many of the older Crows shook their heads, saying it sounded like gambling with wires instead of cattle. But Evelyn, who had seen fortunes rise and fall on the strength of vision, encouraged them. Every age has its frontier, she told them. Yours may not be land or steel, but don't let anyone tell you it isn't real. Through it, the family creed of responsible wealth clashed constantly with the temptation of the ad. The 1980s glamorized excess, big cars, big deals, big risks. The Crows held their course, though not without fractures. Some branches of the family chased quick profits and lost much, estranging themselves for years. Others doubled down on the ethic of stewardship, keeping to the path Henry Crow had laid generations ago. Through wealth meant little if it did not serve others. By the time the 1990s rolled in, the Crows were spread across industries and geographies, yet they remained tied by letters, meetings, and the old family gatherings where stories were passed down like scripture. Children sat cross-legged by the fire, listening to elders speak of the Depression, of cattle drives, of steel mills and co-ops, of markets built and nearly broken. These stories, colored with hardship and grit, reminded the youngest Crows that their inheritance was not measured in stocks or land, but in resilience, responsibility, and a faith that tomorrow could be better if you built it with steady hands. As America surged into the age of the internet, the Crows stood ready at another turning page. Some with briefcases on Wall Street, others with soil under their nails, others with glowing computer screens in dim garages. They were no longer just one family bound by place. The Republican movement very likely the important history of American Ironman's industry and conscience. And like their forebears, they knew the road ahead would be easy, but it would be worth walking so long as they walked it with purpose. The 1990s were like a long stretch of open prairie before a storm. Bright skies, steady winds, but with a tension you could feel under the surface. America was chasing new dreams, and the Crows found themselves caught between tradition and transformation. The younger members, restless and ambitious, were drawn to glowing computer screens that promised to reshape the world, while the older generation kept to the rhythm of soil, steel, and steady capital. It was a time when the family wealth, carefully stewarded for over a century, could have been lost in the glitter of new markets or grown stronger through patience.
Evelyn, well into her later years, still kept a firm hand on the pulse of finance. She wasn't dazzled by the sudden rise of the com frenzy. Every week she'd see bright-eyed young men pitching online ideas, each claiming they'd reinvent commerce, communication, or entertainment. The energy reminded her of the gold rush stories her father used to tell. When everyone ran to the hills with pickaxes, few struck gold and many left in ruin. She did not turn away from technology entirely, far from it. Instead, she sought the companies that built the roads, not the wagons. Infrastructure she knew would outlast the fever. She placed investments in fiber optic cables, semiconductors, and the quiet businesses that kept the whole digital revolution standing upright. When the bubble burst at the turn of the century, many fortunes evaporated overnight, but Evelyn's funds, steady and deliberate, endured. Ellen, well into her later years, still kept a firm hand on the pulse of finance. She wasn't dazzled by the sudden rise of the comm frenzy. Every week she'd see bright-eyed young men pitching online ideas, each claiming they'd reinvent commerce, communication, or entertainment. The energy reminded her of the gold rush stories her father used to tell. When everyone ran to the hills with pickaxes, few struck gold and many left in ruin. She did not turn away from technology entirely, far from it. Instead, she sought the companies that built the roads, not the wagons. The infrastructure she knew would outlast the fever. She placed investments in fiber optic cables, semiconductors, and the quiet businesses that kept the whole digital revolution standing upright. When the bubble burst at the turn of the century, many fortunes evaporated overnight, but Evelyn funds, steady and deliberate, endured. Meanwhile, Thomas' sons and daughters kept the farm alive. The 1990s weren't 10 harsh-aced the crisis years of the 80s, but globalization pressed in on them. Cheap imports threatened prices, while mega farms backed by corporations grew larger. The Crows could have sold off their land for a tidy profit, but Thomas' legacy kept them grounded. They diversified, planting specialty crops, exploring organic markets, and even setting aside land for conservation. With one grandson, Daniel turned part of the old homestead into a vineyard, producing wines that drew curious travelers. Others invited Coo children to tour the farm, teaching city kids how food grew, how soil mattered, how history lived in furrows and roots. These choices weren't glamorous as Wall Street or Silicon Valley, but they built goodwill and created streams of income that made the family less vulnerable to the storms of commodity markets. Margaret's children faced their own crossroads in the factories. Automation was creeping in, machines replacing hands, and workers worried about their livelihoods. The Crow descendants in industry made a bold choice. Instead of cutting workers loose, they invested in training programs, helping welders learn to operate CNC machines, helping machinists learn to program robotic arms. It wasn't easy. Shareholders grumbled at the short-term cost, but loyalty to workers ran deep in their veins. That loyalty paid dividends when productivity soared, and the workers, feeling valued, poured their energy back into the company. While competitors floundered with strikes and turnover, the Crow factories remained stable. And then there were the rebels, the young Crows who abandoned boardrooms and barns for the glow of startups. Some moved to California, living out of tiny apartments with wires snaking across floors, chasing software dreams. One granddaughter, Emily, co-founded an early e-commerce site.
Failed in the first wave of the comm crash, but the lessons she carried shaped her resilience. Another Marcus found himself at the heart of the social networking project before most folks even knew what those words meant. Though he sold his stake too early to catch the true boom, the spirit of experimentation carried through his life. The elders, though bewildered, did scold. Around the fire at reunions, they'd listen, squinting at terms like cloud computing and digital platforms, and while they didn't always understand, they respected the courage. The family gatherings themselves became rituals of continuity. Twice a year, they met on the old homestead, the air thick with the smell of mesquite wood and roasted corn, voices mingling under the endless night sky. Children listened wide-eyed to tales of cattle drives, depression co-ops, and the struggles of the 1980s were passed down.
Crackling fire deserves light, and reminder wealth without stories was hollow. Around that fire, arguments flared too. About globalization, about risk, about whether the Crows were too cautious or not daring enough. Yet no matter the disputes, they always returned to the creed spoken generations owed. Wealth must serve, not enslave. As the millennium turned, new challenges loomed. The September skies of 2001 shook the whole nation. Markets trembled and uncertainty spread. The Crows, lost money in the turmoil, but they did not panic. They remembered the lessons of Henry, of Evelyn, of Thomas. Storms pass, but those who build with patience endure. By the end of that turbulent decade, technology reshaped every corner of life. The Crows remained intact, not untouched by losses, not immune to mistakes, but still holding their compass true. The 1990 vintage, with their dick, calm frenzy, and quiet family resilience, became another chapter in their long story. They were no longer did farmers or financiers, no longer did steel or soil. They had become something broader, more fluid, adapting to every age while holding on to values older than any ledger: integrity, patience, responsibility. And in that mixture of old and new, they prepared themselves for the next trial, the storm of 2008. When even the steadiest hands would be tested again. The years leading up to 2008 felt, to men, like the air before a lightning storm. Everything gleamed with prosperity on the surface, but for those with seasoned eyes, there was a crackle of unease humming underneath. The Crow family with their generations of weathering both literal storms on the prairie and financial tempest in the markets, could feel it in their bones. Evelyn, though older now and quieter in her manner, still read the financial reports each dawn, her spectacles glinting in the lamplight. She saw numbers that rose too quickly, mortgages bundled and sold, though they were no more substantial than playing cards. Banks lending as if risk had been banished from the earth. She'd seen this story before, though in different clothes, the tulip craze, the gold frenzies, the dot-com bubble. She knew excess when it strutted through the door. Some of the younger crows, however, had been drawn into the glitter. One great-grandson, Robert, had taken a post at an investment bank in New York, trading mortgage-backed securities. His paychecks were handsome, his bonuses staggering, and he'd begun to believe that perhaps this time the laws of risk and return had been rewritten. We'd run into family gatherings in tailored suits, speaking of models and derivatives that made the older generation shake their heads around the fire when he explained his work. The silence of his cousins from the farm and factory carried more weight than their words. They remembered the lessons carved into the family history. The higher the tower, the greater the fall. Thomas' descendants, still rooted in the soil, carried a skepticism born of hard seasons. They had never trusted easy money. To them, debt was a tool but never a lifestyle. They kept their fields diversified, their barns repaired, their debts manageable. When neighbors mortgaged land to buy new equipment at inflated prices, the crows nodded politely but refused to follow. It wasn't stubbornness, it was memory. They had seen what happened when folks stretched beyond their means. My pride would say with you. All right. Would run to family gatherings in tailored suits, speaking of models and derivatives that made the older generation shake their heads around the fire. When he explained his work, the silence of his cousins from the farm and factory carried more weight than their words. They remembered the lessons carved into the family history. The higher the tower, the greater the fall. Thomas' descendants, still rooted in the soil, carried a skepticism born of hard seasons. They had never trusted easy money. To them, debt was a tool but never a lifestyle. They kept their fields diversified, their barns repaired, their debts manageable. When neighbors mortgaged land to buy new equipment at inflated prices, the crows nodded politely but refused to follow. It wasn't stubbornness, it was memory. They had seen what happened when folks stretched beyond their means. But when the collapse came in 2008, the crow farms hurt, but they did not fall. Grain prices wobbled, markets shrank, but their foundations held. Margaret Line and industry faced a different storm. Orders slowed. Factories that once hummed day and night stood silent for weeks at a time. But because the crows had kept their reserves intact, they didn't shutter the doors. They took the painful but deliberate step of reducing hours instead of firing en masse, ensuring families could still put food on the table. Workers, though strained, remembered this loyalty. When demand returned, they came back with renewed commitment, helping the factories recover faster than many competitors. The crows knew that trust, once broken, took generations to mend. Better to endure short-term losses than to abandon the very people who had built their wealth alongside them. Evelyn herself became a voice of calm in the chaos. In the winter of two-bellied night, when news blared panic and neighbors whispered of collapse, she gathered the family together. Sitting by the fire in the old homestead, the rain pattering against the tin roof, she told stories that stretched back to the Great Depression. She reminded them how Henry had walked the dirt roads of Kansas with nothing but grit and a dream, how Evelyn herself had built a portfolio one brick at a time during decades of uncertainty, how Thomas had coaxed crops from the soil when dust seemed the only harvest. "This storm will pass too," she said, her voice slow and steady. "We will not gamble, we will not panic, we will endure." And endure they did. While banks failed and fortunes evaporated, the crow wealth bent but did not rake. Their diversified holdings shielded them. Farmland still produced food, factories still made goods, and long-term investments in companies that built infrastructure and energy kept paying dividends. They had losses, yes, but not ruin. Robert, the great-grandson who had basked in the heights of Wall Street, found himself out of work, his bank collapsing under the weight of its own illusions. Ashamed, he returned to the homestead for the first time in years. He expected scorn, perhaps anger, but instead he found a place at the fire like always. His cousins handed him a plate, his uncles poured him coffee, and Evelyn, frail but sharp-eyed, simply said, "Now you know why we walk steady." That kindness, paired with the hard lesson, reshaped his life. By the time the markets clawed their way back in the following decade, the crows had not only survived, but strengthened. They bought farmland from families too indebted to keep it, offering fair prices and sometimes even renting the land back so neighbors wouldn't be uprooted. In the cities, they invested in small businesses rebuilding after the crash, often fighting capital when banks refused. These were not acts of charity alone, they were investments, but they carried the spirit of stewardship that defined the Crows for over a century. The campfire stories of 2008 became another thread in their tapestry. Children who had watched their parents worry over bills but still gather at the fire now carried those memories deep in their marrow. They learned that wealth was not measured by peaks of profit, but by valleys endured. They learned that when the world forgets caution, disaster follows, but those who remain steady will outlast the storm. As the embers glowed and the rain softened of that old homestead, the family creed was once again spoken, not written in ledgers, but carried in voices across generations. Patience, integrity, responsibility. And with that creed, they looked toward a future full of uncertainties, globalization, climate, technology, but confident that their compass would falter. The years rolled into the 2007s, and the Crow family once again found themselves at a crossroads where old wisdom met T horizons. The world was no longer the one Henry had known, or even the one Evelyn had conquered with her careful investments. Technology was reshaping lives faster than storms could sweep across the plains, and even in the quiet of their homesteads, the glow of screens lit faces young and old. Yet through this change, the family fire still burned a place to gather, to tell stories, to remember what mattered when the noise of progress threatened to drown out the old songs of caution. It was the youngest generation, the children and grandchildren of those who had survived 2008, who brought this new frontier to the table. They spoke of digital currencies, of assets that weren't tied to soil, steel, or stock certificates, but lived in invisible ledgers across the vastness of the internet. Bitcoin and its kin fascinated them. They argued that it was a chance to step beyond the reach of banks, to carve a new kind of independence, much like their ancestors once did when they settled new land. For a time, the older Crows simply listened. But they didn't scoff, for they remembered their own youth, when railroads, telegraphs, or personal computers seemed like wild fancies where they became the backbone of progress. But they asked questions. Oh, the questions what Baxter Thomas descendants would ask, staring across the fire at the eager young ones. What fun does it serve? Can you eat it, live in it, or build with it? Margaret Lyne, still steep-pepped in industry, worried about bubbles reminding them that anything growing too fat without roots tended to topple when the wind shifted. Evelyn, the steady hand even in her final years, reminded them of tulips and dot-com dreams, of fortunes made and lost in flashes of brilliance that left ashes behind. And yet, even with their caution, the Crows did not dismiss the idea outright. They had learned across the decades that shutting doors to the new was no wiser than throwing them wide open. So they took a different path. A few of the younger Crows were allowed to experiment, to invest small amounts in these digital frontiers, not a gamble, but a lesson. The family agreed that any profits would be treated as a bonus, not a foundation, and any losses would be chalked up to tuition paid in the school of hard experience. This balance kept them steady, allowing curiosity to thrive without endangering the family legacy. Meanwhile, in their farms and factories, the Crows kept to the tangible. They embraced new technologies that improved what they already understood. Drones surveyed crops, sensors monitored soil moisture, and data science guided planting seasons with more precision than the old almanacs. At the factories, automation made work faster, but the Crows never abandoned the people behind the machines. They trained workers to manage the new system, ensuring no one was left behind. To them, technology was a tool, not a master, and they would never forget that prosperity was meaningless if it came at the expense of their communities. The pandemic of 2020 tested these lessons like few events before it. The Crows watched day the world seemed to stop spinning. Supply chains buckled, markets swung like wild horses, and fear spread thicker than any dust storm their ancestors had endured. But once again, preparation steadied them. The farms still fed people, the factories adapted to making essentials, and the financial reserves painstakingly preserved through decades of restraint allowed them to keep workers employed when others were furloughed. The family leaned into their creed, steady, patient, responsible. While panic struck markets, they held firm. That days had in 1929 and 2008 and in countless smaller storms in between. The family campfire that year was different. Masked, covered faces, gatherings were smaller, and sometimes the glow came not from flames but from laptop screens. Yet the stories carried on, weaving through generations like they always had. Children learned that resilience wasn't about avoiding hardship but facing it together. They saw their parents balancing work and worry, their grandparents steadying spirits with words of calm, and they absorbed those lessons into their bones the way crows always had. And so, by the time the storm of the pandemic began to ease, the crows emerged not unscathed but unbroken. They invested quietly in the companies building vaccines and logistics, not out of opportunism, but out of belief in science and community. They continued to diversify, planting trees alongside crops, investing in renewable energy well as traditional industries, ensuring their wealth did survive, but serve a future where their grandchildren could breathe clean air and drink pure water. As they sat once more around the fire, whether under the stars or through the glow of a screen, the crows knew their story was far from finished. Each generation had faced storms no one before them could have imagined, and each had passed down the compass of patience, responsibility, and courage. The world would continue to change, new currencies, new technologies, new crises, but so long as that fire burned and those stories were told, the crows would lose their way. The crow story pressed on into the years where whispers of climate change were no longer whispers, but storms and floods, droughts and wildfires that came knocking like uninvited guests. For a family whose roots were bound tight to the land, this was not the distant headline. It was the soil beneath their boots, the sky over their barns, the rivers feeding their fields. Younger crows raised with laptops in their classrooms and weather apps in their pockets grew up knowing that no crop could be counted upon without preparation, and no year was guaranteed to be up to the last. They spoke of resilience, not just in finance, but in stewardship, and they carried that conviction into boardrooms and barns alike. It was in those years that the family farms began to look less like the rows of straight furrows Henry once walked, and more like something out of science fiction. Panels of glass soaking in sunlight powered irrigation pumps, wind turbines turned in the distance where scarecrows once stood, and data poured from sensors into dashboards the crows checked days easily their grandparents once thumbed through weather-worn almanacs. But it was not about trading the old ways for the new, it was about layering wisdom. Margaret descendants with their industrial pragmatism ensured machines were maintained. Evelyn careful lines of investors watched balance sheets to keep the ventures sound. And Thomas' stubborn honesty reminded them not to chase every green fade that promised riches overnight. In finance, the crows carried those same lessons into new arenas. They watched each companies tied their futures to sustainable energy, to technologies meant to reduce waste, to innovations promising a cleaner tomorrow. They invested, not recklessly, but with an eye on longevity. They had seen too many bubbles burst to put their faith in a sieve vision, but they recognized that ignoring the turning of the world was a greater risk still. So they placed their seeds widely in solar, sell in wind, sell in water reclamation, and sell in teaching others how to be less rather than produce more. In doing so, they turned profit into purpose, for they believed wealth had little meaning if it couldn't guarantee the ground their children would one day inherit. Through all this, the old rituals carried on. On nights when the sky threatened or the headlines blared, they still dared at the fire. Sometimes it was a real blaze under the stars, and sometimes it was the soft flicker of a screen that family members logged in from distant cities. But no matter the form, the message endured. Storms would always come, but storms would also always pass. The crows taught patience, not passivity, but a preparation, saving when others squandered, planting when others doubted, and holding steady when others panicked. It was in their marrow now, carried across a century of hard lessons. The children grew up hearing not only of Henry's stubbornness or Evelyn's patience, but of how even in the modern world, caution saved them when the crypto boom faltered, when pandemics shuttered economies, when heat scorched fields and rain drowned roads. They learned that money, while necessary, was never the toy, but a tool, and a fragile one at that, compared to the strength of character or the bond of kin. Wealth ain't the gold itself. One old crow liked to say, if the fire cracked, if the choice gold gives you to do right, to stay standing, to lend a hand when others can't. In time, the Crows' legacy grew beyond their own borders. Their methods, steady investing, blending tradition with innovation, focusing on people as much as profit, became a story told in classrooms, in case studies, in quiet conversations between those seeking a model of balance. They weren't the richest family in the world, nor the most powerful, but they were among the most enduring. And endurance, they would argue, was the truest form of wealth. For riches may dazzle, but endurance carried you through the nights when the storm howled, the barn creaked, and the ledger ran red. But the family, pushed into a new age of artificial intelligence, digital markets, and low shifts, they did not fear being swept away. They knew the songs of panic, the taste of loss, the temptation of reckless gain. They had been through it and come out with the simple truth that slow and steady, honest and thoughtful, patient and prepared would win not debt, wealth, but peace. And so long as the fire burned, whether by flame or pixel, that truth would never be forgotten. The Crows' journey wove into the fabric of the nation's future in ways they could not have imagined when Henry first clutched that dusty ledger. The world turned up faster, its markets flashing like lightning and its fortunes rising and falling like prairie storms. Yet in the midst of that speed, the Crows moved deed they always had, deliberate, cautious, unwilling to gamble tomorrow for the shine of today. Where others leapt headlong into fads, they asked the old questions. What the worst that could happen? What the best that could last? Those words steadied them in times when even seasoned bankers trembled, for the Crows had learned that wealth without grounding was nothing but a tumbleweed, blowing whichever way the wind carried it. The younger generation, raised in an age where voices of machines spoke easily as people, where fortunes were counted in digital coins rather than cattle or steel, still carried that rhythm. They knew algorithms could not predict every twist of fate, no matter how polished the charts appeared. So they treated day to day their ancestors once treated weather signs in the sky Yusuf, but never absolute. They hedged, they diversified, they saved when the market crowed, and they bought when the world was afraid. It was not about brilliance so much as steadiness, the kind that had guided Henry through droughts and Evelyn through bank failures. But beyond money, the Crows came to see their wealth in the things machines could not measure. Their land, restored with care, bloomed in the face of climate and crisis alike. Their bonds of family stretched across continents, held strong through meetings and messages that spanned oceans and time zones. Their reputation, built on honesty and patience, opened doors no ledger could tally. It became clear to them that wealth was not a number. It was the freedom to weather storms without bowing, the strength to ope a hand when neighbors faltered, the peace of knowing tomorrow could be faced with courage instead of fear. Around campfires, some reel glowing on screens, the stories continued. Old-timers spoke of the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression. Middle-aged Crows recalled recessions and pandemics, and the youth added tales of digital crashes and environmental upheaval. Each generation folded its hardships into the greater quilt, reminding the next that no trial was unique, no struggle without precedent. They spoke not to frighten, but to assure. We've been in before, and we will walk through in. In the crackle of flames and the patter of rain on tin roofs, that message took root deeper than any financial principle. The Crows did not aim to be the richest, nor the loudest. They aimed to endure. To carry on the quiet dignity of knowing their barns would still stand after the storm, their fields would green again after the frost, their names would remain trusted long after headlines faded. And in that endurance lay a fortune far greater than any stock or bond could yield. They knew that patience was wealth, steadiness was power, and integrity was legacy. And so long as those fires burned, be they wood or wire, the Crow's story would roll on steady as the prairie wind, whispered in cowboy tones to anyone willing to listen. The Crow legacy pressed onward, not in a straight line, but in winding arcs that echoed the rivers cutting across their lands. By the time Henry's grandchildren were gray-bearded themselves, their family presence had seeped into towns, cities, and even foreign markets. The guiding voice of the clan was no longer a single patriarch or matriarch, but a collective memory, spoken in lessons passed down with the weight of lived experience. Don't spend tomorrow, bread today, one Crow was known to tell his apprentices in finance. Another, teaching her children how to plant and harvest, would remind them, a rushed seed never takes root. These weren't just quaint sayings, they were guardrails, reminders that whether tending soil or capital, one had to respect cycles, patience, and timing. In an age of soaring skyscrapers and humming data centers, the crows managed to keep the dirt of the earth under their fingernails, metaphorically and literally. While their ventures stretched from grain elevators to renewable energy farms, they never lost the sense that every investment was like a crop. It had to be nurtured, defended, and given its season. They had weathered better more than one panic where neighbors sold assets at pennies out of fear, but the crows' patience turned those moments into springboards. Where others saw disaster, they saw opportunity hidden behind the dust. That's how they secured land, companies, and contracts at a fraction of their worth, only to watch them flourish when calm returned. But they weren't simply opportunists. Their fortune held because they poured time and resources back into the soil of their communities. Crow schools sprouted in small towns. Scholarships helped farm kids find their footing in business, and hospitals built on crow donations served generations who might otherwise have gone without. Their wealth was measured less in ledgers and more in faces neighbors who could stand taller because someone had quietly invested in their tomorrow. That generosity had nothing to do with vanity, it was survival. They had learned long ago that a family, like a farm, withers if its surrounding fields lie barren. Even in decades rolled into centuries and digital fortunes rose and fell faster than the turn of a season, the crows remained anchored. Some called them lucky, others old-fashioned, but those who listened closely knew their secret was neither. Their success came from watching long horizons while others stared at short-term glitter. A crow investor once told a gathering of financiers in a bustling city, "We don't chase wealth." The words drew laughter at first, but those who tracked the numbers saw truth in them. Their holdings didn't surge wildly, but they didn't collapse either. They grew steady, sure that if watered by rain, no drought would quite choke off. And so around campfires both real and symbolic, the tale was repeated. An echo stretching from Henry Humble Ledger to the modern boardrooms made. Crow descendants spoke with that same weather-worn patience. To them, finance wasn't numbers and charts alone. It was a way of life, a discipline born from cracked earth, storm-beaten barns, and nights spent under a roof where every creak of the wind meant the difference between ruin and survival. The cowboy accent carried still in their tone, not because they clung to the past, but because it was truth, wealth. Each herd must be watched, guided, and respected. And those who ignored that lesson found themselves broke, while the crows still steady carried on through the rain. The crow's story wove itself deeper into the bones of the land until it was hard to tell where the family ended and the country began. Railroads might have stretched iron threads across the prairies, and telegraph wires might have carried words faster than a rider could gallop, but to the crows, the lesson stayed the same. Every tool was just another way of herding wealth, of keeping the cattle fed and the fences mended. One branch of the family poured itself into banking, building institutions that didn't gamble with people's savings, but treated each deposit as a seed to be planted. Farmers who walked through their doors didn't find men in suits eager to squeeze them dry, but steady-eyed crows who remembered what it was like to go to bed hungry and wake up unsure if the frost had killed the crop. Those banks became lifelines, dependable as a well that never ran dry. Another branch carried the old grit into shipping and trade. The rivers that once bore crow grain and cattle now carried barges flying their banners. Ships set sail for distant harbor, filled with goods that bore the mark of a family that had learned patience across generations. When storms wrecked other fleets, crow captains stayed steady, steering not for speed but for survival. And survival, in time, turned into dominance. Buyers overseas came to trust that when the crows promised delivery, the goods would arrive on time, intact, and fair. Trust once earned became another kind of currency, one stronger than gold, but not every season was kind. There were crashes, stock markets bucking under greed, currencies collapsing, wars cutting trade routes like axes through trees. Each time the crows lost something. Land was seized, ships went down, investments dried up like rivers in drought. Yet the heart of the story was never about avoiding loss, it was about standing back up when the dust settled. They knew that ruin visited everyone sooner or later, but ruin was temporary to those who had patience. Like scorched earth after a prairie fire, the ground always held seeds ready to spring if you waited long enough. The crows waited, they rebuilt, and when their rivals chased quick riches and burned themselves out, the family found itself once again among the last standing. There was something else about them, something whispered in towns and cities far beyond their ranches and offices. The crows carried themselves with a calm that came from more than money. It was as if they walked through life with the quiet of a man who knows he'd weather a worse storms than most. They weren't immune to fear, but they refused to bow to it. Their philosophy turned into something close to legend, taught in schools and spoken by politicians trying to borrow a fraction of their credibility. The crows didn't talk about wealth treasured locked away. They talked about it rained. Rain was meant to fall, to nourish, to spread. Hoarding it did no good. Sharing it meant everything around you grew, and in that growth you thrived too. Then and later, when skyscrapers bore their name and universities taught courses on their methods, the family would still gather in the old way, around firelight with rain drumming soft on tin roofs or cicadas humming in the distance. The tale would be told again. Youngsters would sit cross-legged, listening not to stories of yachts or glittering vaults, but to the say-co lesson Henry Crow had carved into the family from the start. Patience, respect for the cycle, and trust in the long horizon. You could feel the warmth of the fire on your hands, hear the weight of boots shifting in the dirt, and know that what you were hearing wasn't just history. It was a map not to quick riches, but to enduring wealth. The kind that outlives markets, fashions, and even names. And so the crows carried on, as steady as the stars above them. Finance had changed, the world had spun into electric light and digital screens, but the old cowboy wisdom still whispered under it, don't rush the herd, don't chase the glitter, let it grow, let it breathe, and it'll carry you further than any gold strike would put. The crows never wrote down their wealth's a tally of coin or stock alone. To them, true wealth was measured in the breadth of their horizon, in the neighbors who shook their hand with gratitude, in the children who slept without hunger because of a loan given fair. It was a different kind of ledger, one not kept in vaults but in stories. Old hands would tell of how, during the Depression, when bread lines stretched and families wandered in search of hope, the crows kept their banks open. They didn't slam their doors shut as so many others. Instead, they leaned back in their chairs, listened to farmers, listened to shopkeepers, and offered not handouts but fair terms that kept men working, wind-clothed, and children in school, while others cursed the bankers. Folks nodded toward the crows as rare lights in a time of shadow. That trust carried forward, etched deeper into the family reputation than any number on paper ever could. Even as the world spun into machines and markets that old Henry Crow could never have imagined, the family stayed true. They built railroads of steel and later highways of asphalt, knowing that the movement of goods was as eternal as the movement of cattle once was. When the world shrank into a web of screens and numbers flashing in invisible trades, the crows didn't panic. They studied. They adapted slow, not chasing every flash in the pan trend, but weighing each like a rancher, testing the strength of a fence post. And where others were burned by bubbles and schemes, the crows came through steady. They never sought to outrun the herd, they sought to guide it, to keep it moving toward richer pastures. There came a time when whispers rose that the crows had lost their touch. Rivals pointed to the tech titans, men who made fortunes in a handful of years, and laughed at the family deliberate pace. But time has a way of proving patience right. The flashy titans saw their towers crumble, their wealth vanish quickly as it came, while the crows stood firm, their foundations rooted in a philosophy older than markets themselves. Slow growth, steady growth, growth meant to last beyond a man's lifetime. They had turned money into something living, something that breathed the land. It was not a fortune to be flaunted, but a river always flowing, always nouring those downstream. In the later years, when families across the country sat by their televisions instead of campfires, the Crow's story still carried its old warmth. Documentaries were filmed, biographies written, and students memorized case studies. Yet the truest telling of the story never left the glow of firelight. In small ranch houses, in mountain cabins, and sometimes even on the porches of city apartments where someone would begin back when Henry Crow came west and the room would quiet. With all the progress, all the change, there was still something timeless about a tale told slow with pauses like hoofbeats, carrying the rhythm of the old plain. Children would listen wide-eyed, not because the crows were their blood, but as the story was proof that wealth wasn't just something a man stumbled into. It was tended like a crop. It was herded like cattle. It was respected like rain. And when they grew older and faced their own lean years, they carried that memory like a lantern. Some would work in banks, others in trade, even in the glowing towers of technology. But no matter how far they strayed from the prairie, they bore the same creed: trust the long game, respect the cycle, and never forget the dignity of patience. By the time the Crow family spanned continents, their story was no longer just theirs. It had become folklore, a guiding star to anyone who understood that fortune was never a lightning strike. It was the slow burning fire of discipline. And though the world around them had changed beyond recognition, those who carried on the Crow name still kept to the old ritual. Gather around a fire, let the night stretch long, and tell again of how patience turned hunger into abundance, how discipline turned dust into rain. The tale, always grow, always steady, reminded them and anyone listening that true wealth was not about what you held. It was about what endured when storms passed. The years ahead saw storms that tested even the sturdiest oak. The Crows weathered wars, recessions, and wild swings of fate that left lesser families ruined. What kept them steady was not that unbroken string of victories, but a habit of preparation. They salted away reserves when others spent. They maintained relationships when others burned bridges, and they sought counsel in quiet rooms long before making bold moves. Right. Their elders often said, wealth isn't about what you gain, but what you can hold. When the wind blows hard, and the winds did blow, tariffs slammed markets, industries shifted, and whole towns vanished when railroads or factories moved. Yet time after time, the Crows emerged with their roots intact, bent but not broken. It wasn't without pain. Some ventures failed, mills shuttered, warehouses sat empty, deals turned sour. But the Crows taught their children that failure too was part of the soil. A failed harvest was no shame, so long as you planted again. Each setback was studied, not cursed. They led around ledgers with solemn eyes, dissecting mistakes not to place blame but to learn. But in those long sessions of reckoning, lessons were passed like heirlooms. Never put all your weight on one market, never buy more than you can maintain, never forget that prosperity is a guest who leaves if you treat her poorly. In time they became known not debt for their fortune, but for their wisdom. Politicians sought their ear, traders sought their blessing, and families sought their example. Yet the Crows were careful not to mistake respect for infallibility. They had seen too many men undone by pride, too many dynasties crumble under the weight of arrogance. So they kept to their rituals, fireside gatherings, stories told slow, moments of humility in prayer or silence. These moments anchored them, reminding each generation that they were custodians, not kings, stewards of something bigger than their own lifetimes. Crow women were breed centrally the men in this story, though history books often overlook them. They kept the households, but also managed the books, built networks of trust, and ensured that no deal was struck without consideration of its human cost. In fact, it was often the wives, sisters, and daughters who tempered ambition with empathy, who reminded the men that a fortune hoarded was a fortune wasted. Through their insistence, schools were built, clinics funded, and towns supported. The Crow name became synonymous not just with money, but with the kind of prosperity that lifted others. In that, the family discovered a secret: generosity was not subtraction. It multiplied trust, multiplied loyalty, multiplied opportunities that no ledger could capture. As decades rolled into centuries, the story grew heavy with detail.
Old journals, weather-read and smudged with ink, carried accounts of trades, of weather patterns, of conversations that altered destinies. These books became sacred artifacts, pawed over by grandchildren who felt the weight of history pressing on their shoulders. Yet the message that rang clearest through all those inked lines was simple: slow down, respect the land, respect people, respect time. It wasn't the clever trick or the hidden scheme that kept the Crows rising. It was reverence. Reverence for cycles, for patience, for the unseen hand that rewarded those who worked steady and punished those who rushed. Toward the twilight of each generation, the elders found themselves back by the fire, their hands more wrinkled, their voices softer, but their conviction unchanged. They told the young ones stories not of riches, but of lean years survived, of partnerships honored, of small mercies that led to great returns.
Around the flames, with rain on the roof or stars above, the stories always settled into the same truth. Wealth is not a finish line, nor is it a race. It is a road long and winding, walked by many feet. Each step mattered, and each generation was charged to keep the road clear for those who would come after. So the Crows endured. Their tale was never about striking it rich, but about tending the flame. As long as the fire burned, as long as voices carried their creed, the wealth measured in trust, land, coin, and story would endure. Or perhaps that was the true fortune. Not the barns filled with grain or the accounts filled with gold, but the knowledge that their firelight would never fade so long as someone sat beside it to listen and learn. The tale of fortune never strayed far from the land itself. The crows, for all their dealings in ledgers and contracts, never let go of the soil under their boots. Each generation made pilgrimages back to the family oldest homestead, where weather-bare timbers still stood, where stones bore the scars of storms and sun. There, among fields that had once seemed endless, they reminded themselves that wealth began the seed and sweat. No matter how grand their halls in the city or how vast their accounts in the bank, they walked barefoot on that land to feel humility pressed between their toes. And in those pilgrimages, children learned that prosperity was not conjured out of paper, but grown out of patience. There was one story told aunt when rain tapped against the windows about a winter when the family nearly lost it ear. A series of poor harvests, a collapsed market, and debts piling high made ruin seem certain. But instead of despair, they that of every member from the youngest who could carry a bucket to the oldest who could still stand and resolve to endure together, they cut back their meals, they worked from dawn until lantern light, and they bartered favors instead of coins. Weeks turned to months, and though they barely scraped through, that winter carved a lesson deeper than any prophet ever could. Resilience is wealth too. What followed that lean season was prosperity of a different kind. They planted with caution, expanded with care, and invested with foresight. When others chased easy fortune, they remembered the sting of hunger and stayed grounded. In time, their patience became legend, and their name was spoken in markets they'd a promise of reliability. To do business with the Crows meant that even in hard times, a fair hand would be extended, and in good times, loyalty would be remembered. But not every Crow walked the straight path. There were those who strayed, who gambled fortunes, who trusted the wrong partners, who thought themselves too clever to heed the old rules. Their stories were woven into the family narrative, not to shame, but the warning. At the fireside, the children heard of uncles who lost ships to vanity, of cousins who chased fast schemes and returned broke. Their failures were not erased, but retold so the young would see that even in a family of fortune, folly was never far. To guard against arrogance was as important to guarding against drought. Through each retelling, the family grew not only wealthy, but wise. They understood that money, if it ruled a man, could twist him into cruelty or folly. But if handled with humility, it became a tool, no different than the plow or the hammer. That belief kept them close to their workers, their neighbors, their community. When barns burned, the Crows gave timber. When rivers flooded, they offered coin and labor. These acts of generosity were not charity, but investment in trust, in goodwill, in the kind of wealth that could not be measured in gold, but paid back 100-fold in loyalty. Years rolled on, and fortunes ebbed and flowed. Wars came and went. Markets crashed and soared. Empires rose and fell. But through it, the Crows remained, not by luck, but by design. They did not chase every opportunity, nor did they shrink from every risk. They moved like the seasons, steady and sure, never rushing, never stalling. But when they looked upon their barns filled with grain, their accounts filled with coin, and their lands filled with life, they knew their fortune was not merely inherited, it was cultivated, tended like a fire on a cold night, never left unattended. Even in old age, when hands shook and voices wavered, the elders spoke the same refrain: tend the fire, walk steady, and remember the road of wealth is long, but it is walked one step at a time. Their words echoed long after they were gone, carried in journals, in songs, in the quiet prayers of grandchildren who still felt the weight of their forebears watching. And so, the story lived on. Not that a tale of riches won, but that a reminder that true fortune lies in endurance, in humility, and in the slow, steady work of men's hands. The Crows' legacy carried further than they expected, reaching across counties, towns, and even borders. Travelers who had never met a Crow knew their reputation of fairness, patience, and a wealth that seemed unshaken. But if you asked the old-timers who sat on porches and leaned against fence posts, they'd tell you it wasn't luck or blood that kept the Crows thriving. It was their stubborn belief that every storm would be weather if you stayed close to your people and kept your hands on the work that mattered. They had a tale told about the spring when the rivers rose higher than they had in 100 years. Whole towns washed away. Bridges snapped and fields lay drowned beneath brown, swirling waters. Many families packed up and left, chasing de-dried ground or the promise of better fortune elsewhere. But the crows stayed. They built makeshift levees, hauled sandbags by lantern light, and worked shoulder to shoulder with neighbors until the rains broke and the waters began to fall. When the sun finally shone again, it revealed a battered land, but also revealed who had stood and fought for it. The crows' land survived better than most, not because of chance, but because they refused to abandon it. In the seasons that followed, folks who had run off came back empty-handed, looking for a place to restart. And the crows, instead of shutting their doors, opened them. They sold seed at fair prices, lent tools, and in ad cases offered land to work on shares. The wealth they gave away returned to them tenfold in trust and loyalty. Their neighbors became partners, their community grew strong, and the crows themselves became more than just a family. They became a cornerstone, but even cornerstones can crack.
Det var nog överständigt emergency började washa for self-defense war. As live the unfound, ate well, and thought fortune was their birthright.
They dressed sharp, spoke fancy, and dreamed of ventures far from the soil that had fed their family for generations. Some left for cities where fast money gleamed under bright lights. At first, letters home carried promises of success, of fortunes beyond imagining. But soon enough, the letters stopped. Some came back broke and beaten, while others disappeared into the crowd, their names fading from family records as dust blown off a ledger page. Those who remained bore the weight of restoring balance. They tightened belts, mended fences, and returned to the discipline that had kept the family alive for so long. They told the stories again of floods, of winters, of hunger, of cousins who lost everything chasing too much too fast.
The young listened. Cielo, with rolling eyes, but the weight of those words still took root. For everyone who strayed, there were always those who circled back, humbled, ready to plant and build again. And in that rhythm of gain and loss, of forgetting and remembering, the family grew not only in wealth but in wisdom. By the time another century had passed, the crows had spread far and wide, yet each branch of the family tree carried the same root: endure, adapt, and never turn your back on the land or on each other. Their fortune wasn't gold in vaults or numbers in a ledger. It was the way they could stand together when the storm hit, the way they could give without fear of losing, and the way they could face the unknown without trembling.
The old men who told these stories around campfires spoke in slow, measured tones, letting the flames punctuate their pauses. Children huddled close, eyes wide. Those they imagined floods that swallowed barns, winters that froze cattle, and mistakes that cost fortunes. But more than fear, those stories planted resolve. Resolve to guard what mattered, to value people more than profit, and to carry the fire of their ancestors forward. And so the Crow name endured, not to the mark of privilege, but as a testament that wealth can last if you walk steady, give freely, and remember that fortune is not what you keep back away. It's what you build with others and what you pass down in stories by the fire. The years rolled on, and as the dust of one age settled into the soil, another took its place. But those who bore the Crow name or carried their spirit forward learned to watch the skies and listen to the wind, fetch much they read, ledgers or tallied harvests. The land had taught them well. Prosperity was never permanent, and hardship was never final. That lesson was etched in their very way of living. They built barns with timbers thick enough to withstand storms, but they also built bonds with neighbors strong enough to withstand despair. It was always both wood and stone, flesh and blood, faith and work. They're a story from the time when railroads cut across the plains and whispers of opportunity called to every ambitious soul. A few of the younger men wanted to sell their acres and chase fortunes in steel and stock, where they believed real money was being made. But the matriarch of that generation, an old widow named Ruth Crow, stood against it. She had seen what came from chasing shadows. She led the family in the parlor one night while rain pattered softly on the roof, and she spoke slow and low, her voice like a hymn. Gold and silver will scatter like crows at a gunshot, she told them, but land, honest work, and a good name, those things will hold when the world shakes. Most listened. Some did not. The ones who left tasted the sharp flavor of speculation, easy gains followed by ruin. When the rails bent under the weight of debt and dreams, they returned to Ruth's doorstep, shame in their pockets. She didn't scold. She didn't shut them out. She opened the door, put food on the table, and told them to wash their hands and get ready to work. The lesson wasn't at in words, it was in her kindness, in the way she showed that wealth wasn't only about keeping, but about forgiving and giving again. Time after time, the family had to relearn those lessons. One century it was railroads, another it was oil, another it was the markets that rose like fire and fell like ash. Each new lure promised riches brighter than the last, and each collapse left scars. But what endured wasn't the boom or the bust, it was the discipline to return to the soil, the community, and the principles that had weathered every storm before. Even when machines came to do the work once done by hand, the Crows never let go of the old ways completely. They understood that progress could be a gift, but dependence on fragile things could be a curse. They invested in tractors, mills, and markets, yes, but they also kept the knowledge of seeds, of seasons, and of sweat. They carried both worlds in balance, and that balance became their secret wealth. In every generation, the Crows seemed to have a voice, a man or woman whose words carried weight not because of authority, but because of lived truth. They were the storytellers, the firekeepers, the ones who reminded the young that wealth without wisdom was just a pile of dust waiting for the wind. These voices were never the loudest, never the richest by measure of coin, but they were the richest by measure of spirit. They spoke not of profits, but of patience, not of conquest, but of care. Luck to. Evedus stiegen brium borsacting futon kujueli. In the borsalogines, not lost. Storms that passed and storms that come. You are hearing the lesson they carved into the marrow of time. That true wealth lies not in what you chase, but in what you choose to keep close, and in the steady hand you offer to those walking beside you. The fire hissed, and a log collapsed into glowing embers, sparks leaping into the cool night air. That old cowboy voice carried on, worn with years but steady, each word drawn slow like a bow across fiddle strings. You see, son, he said to the circle of younger faces listening, the trick ain't to run faster than the next fella, nor to pile your saddle higher than your neighbor. The trick is to last. Lasting is the real goal. His eyes narrowed, he spat into the dirt, the sound sharp against the rhythm of rain on the cabin roof. He leaned back, hat low over his brow, and began another tale, not of conquest, but of endurance. There was a time, he told them, when the Crow clan nearly lost everything, not to drought or debt, but to pride. One of the younger men had taken to gambling in town, cards, dice, whatever promised a quick turn of fortune.
But got himself clever, thought he could outplay chance itself. For a while he did win, and he strutted about with coin clinking in his pockets like spurs on a dance floor. But luck has a way of turning sour quicker than milk in the sun. One winter night he lost more than coin. He lost the deed to acres of land his father had broken his back to clear. When word reached the family, there was fury, shame, and sorrow. But the elder, doe-bearded and weather-better from a lifetime under the sky, led everyone under the barn lantern and spoke words none expected. We'll pay it. Not with fists, not with guns, not with threats. We'll pay it the way we pay every debt. Through work, through sweat, through honesty. And so they did. That spring, every Crow man, woman, and child labored harder than they had.
They cut wood for neighbors. They mended fences for strangers. They sowed and reaped beyond their own fields. By autumn, the debt was paid, the land reclaimed, and the Gambad himself was set back to plow rows with calloused hand until he remembered the worth of sweat overlooked. The cowboy voice slowed, softer now, but with an edge of steel. That boy never touched cards again, and his children grew up knowing a truth sharper than any blade, that fast riches will burn your soul, but honest work will forge it. He paused, staring into the fire, bade those see ghosts of those gone before. Then he chuckled low. Funny thing, ain't it? Folks always think wealth is something you hold in your hands. But I tell you, it more often found in what you can't drop your name, your word, your place among others. The rain thickened, rolling across the cabin roof like a drumbeat. Outside, the land stretched in silence, hills dark and endless under the storm clouds. The cowboy story wove on, each thread another stitch in a quilt of memory. He spoke of how the Crows weather air to dot storms of sky, but storms of change. The arrival of banks that wanted their land, corporations that tried to fence them out, and machines that threatened to make their toil seem small. Yet in every season, they adapted without forgetting who they were. They let progress serve them, but never let it own them. And in that way, their wealth grew, not in glittering towers or fancy stocks, but in barns full of grain, in neighbors who owed them favors, in children who knew how to stand straight when trouble came calling. That he said, his voice rising just above the rain. What no panic, no banker, no outlaw can take from you. A man who holds to his truth is richer than any king who cheats his way to a throne. The younger faces nodded, aim with eyes wide, aim with lids heavy from the late hour, but with ears open. They might not understand the weight of those words tonight, but one day when storms rose and promises broke, they'd remember. But when they did, they'd hear the echo of that voice, the steady crackle of firewood, telling them to last, to keep their word, to work their hands, and to measure wealth not in what they gain, but in what they endure. The storm outside rattled the shutters, but inside the cabin the fire kept its steady glow, warm and alive. Same day the voice that carried across the circle. The old cowboy leaned forward, tapping ash from his pipe, the red coal burning bright like a lone lantern on a midnight trail. "Now," he said, drawing out the word with a slow breath, "let it tell you all about the time we near gave up on the orchard." His voice was calm, but behind it was the kind of weight only a man who's seen lean years could carry. That orchard had been planted by his father, back when the soil was still rich and the water deep. Rows of apple and peach trees stretched out across a hollow that caught the morning sun just right. For decades it fed the family, the neighbors, and even townsfolk when wagons came by. But then, year after year, the rain stopped. The creek dried to a trickle, and the trees turned brittle, bark splitting like old leather. Folks said it was hopeless, that nothing short of a miracle had saved those roots. Some whispered the family ought to sell the land, cut losses, and head for easier soil. But the cowboy grandfather wouldn't hear of it. A man don't walk away from what's been trusted to him, he'd said. So instead of giving in, they learned to fight in quieter ways. They dug channels by man, carrying buckets when the creek ran thin. They shaded the roots with old canvas, prayed over seeds, and rationed water like it was gold. It was back-breaking work, every day under the hot sky, but they refused to let the orchard die. Then came one spring when even their willpower seemed not enough. The blossoms fell too early, the fruit never came, and the debt stacked high at the mercantile. The family dead in that same barn, lanterns dim, faces tired, and they debated what to do. Some said it was time to give up. But the old matriarch, small, bent, with hands rougher than most men, spoke soft but clear. You don't measure life by what easy, you measure it by what worth keeping. Her words fell like stones in a pond, rippling out until no one argued further. So they stayed. They worked harder. They found new ways to make do, planting vegetables between the rows, selling timber, and raising bees to keep a little honey trade alive. Then, as the heavens had been waiting for their last ounce of faith, the rains returned, slow at first, then steady, filling the creek, softening the soil, bringing life back to the roots that had nearly turned to dust. By autumn, the orchard bore the sweetest harvest anyone could recall, fruit so plentiful they bent the branches low. Buyers came from miles away, and with that one season debts were paid and hope restored. The cowboy drew in a long breath, the memory of thick of the smoke curling from his pipe. That orchard still stands, he said, and it stands 'cause no one let go when quitting would bend the easy road. You see, wealth ain't about when things come easy.
It's about holding on when every voice around you says to let go. He leaned back, letting the fire pop and crackle fill the silence for a cell. Then he added, voice low and steady, that the kind of fortune that don't get tallied in a ledger but in the bones of the people who refuse to bend outside. The rain eased, leaving only the soft hiss of drops falling from the cabin eaves. The listeners sat quiet, stirred not yet by the tale but by the lesson it carried. They could feel it settle inside them, heavy but steady, like the weight of a trusted saddle. The cowboy tipped his hat lower, but his words lingered in the firelit air, another reminder that true wealth is measured by what you keep alive through grit, patience, and the refusal to let storms take what's worth more than gold. The cowboy shifted his boots close to the hearth, letting the firelight catch the scuffs and dust on the leather, each mark a reminder of a road already traveled. He didn't hurry his words, because men who had lived through droughts and debt and the long nights of uncertainty knew the value of silence is much yet the value of speaking. His eyes carried the look of someone who'd seen fortune swing like a gate in the wind, open one season, slam shut the next.
He said, "Now there another tale I reckon fits right here. One about a bridge that near broke a town spirit but ended up holding it together instead. This bridge was not much to look at when it was first built, just rough timbers lashed together across a narrow but mead little river. It saved folks a long detour through mud trails and kept wagons from getting stuck when rains turned the road to soup. For years it stood, weather rare but serviceable, until the day a storm barreled down the valley. Water rose higher than anyone had yet seen. Logs slammed against the pilings, and by dawn half the bridge was gone, torn clean from its moors. The town woke to find itself cut to, farmers on one side, merchants on the other, neither able to reach across. Merchants fretted, farmers cursed, and whispers grew that maybe it wasn't worth rebuilding. Some argued the cost was too steep, the risk too high, and that folk could make do with the long way around. There was one man, a blacksmith by trade, who stood up at the town meeting and said, "If we let this bridge stay broken, we're telling ourselves that separating is cheaper than staying whole. I don't believe that." His words didn't silence every doubt, but they lit a small spark. And sometimes a spark is as you need to keep a fire alive. The townsfolk came together, Ed offering lumber, others coin, many that the strength of their backs. The blacksmith led the work, hammer ringing day after day, and slowly a new bridge rose sturdier, wiser, anchored deeper into bedrock this time. It wasn't just stronger wood that made it last, it was the collective will of neighbors who decided that prosperity was only real if everyone would reach it. And when the bridge finally stood complete, the town found more than that a way across the river. Well, that's shallow, but there was one man, a blacksmith by trade, who stood up at the town meeting and said, "If we let this bridge stay broken, we're telling ourselves that separating is cheaper than staying whole. I don't believe that." His words didn't silence every doubt, but they lit a small spark, and sometimes a spark is as you need to keep a fire alive. The townsfolk came together, Ed offering lumber, others coin, many that the strength of their backs. The blacksmith led the work, hammer ringing day after day, and slowly a new bridge rose sturdier, wiser, anchored deeper into bedrock this time. It wasn't just stronger wood that made it last, it was the collective will of neighbors who decided that prosperity was only real if everyone would reach it. And when the bridge finally stood complete, the town found more than that a way across the river. They found a reminder that wealth was never in coins, but in the bonds you refused to let wash away. The cowboy gaze softened as he spoke. You can build all the ledgers and count all the dollars you like, but if the bridge between you and others crumbles and you don't care to fix it, you'll wake one day rich in money but poor in everything else. The fire cracked hard just then, sparks dancing up the chimney like stars scattering across the night sky. He let the sound hang there before speaking it, yeah. That's why true success don't just sit in a bank. It sits in the strength of the ties you're willing to mend when life breaks in it. Lean back, shoulders easing against the old rocker, pipe smoke curling slow above him. The listeners shifted, then thinking of bridges they'd neglected, others recalling storms that had tested their own foundations. Outside, the rain drummed softer now. They, though the earth itself, were listening too. The cowboy drew in one last puff and exhaled. The glow from the pipe dimming, he tapped the ash into the fire. "You keep them bridges strong," he murmured, "and you'll never find yourself stranded, no matter how high the waters rise." The lesson settled like a blanket over the room, heavy, steady, and warm enough to withstand the chill that seeped through the walls. Nobody hurried to speak, for in that silence lay the true weight of wealth, the kind built not in solitude, but in shared resolve, hammered together like timber across a raging river. The cowboy voice carried a low hum. Each word was drawn from the deep well of experience, rising steady as smoke from green wood. Let the fire crackle a moment, then said, "Reckon, I got another tale, one that don't talk of cattle or coin directly, but still speaks of wealth truer than gold." There was a man named Jonah who worked a small parcel of land outside town. Soil wasn't much to look at, patchy in spots, stubborn in others. Most folks said it wasn't worth a plow blade, and truth told, Jonah near believed them. He tried planting corn one year. Stalks came up thin, broom straws. Next year he planted wheat, barely enough for a loaf. Third year he near let it lie fallow, figuring the land had no gift left to give. But one evening, sitting on his porch, Jonah watched rainwater trickle into the low edges of his field, gathering slow into little pockets. He realized what he'd been fighting all along was not poor dirt, it was water running off instead of sinking in. That night he studied by lantern, poring over an old almanac his father left behind. It spoke of contour lines and channels, ways of guiding water so fine could drink deep instead of shedding every drop. Most men, he told, thought he'd gone tut in the head, but Jonah looked to carving out shallow terraces, piling stones, planting cover where the ground dipped. It was back-breaking work, no pay in sight, and neighbors shook their heads. Season turned, rain came, and for the first time his fields held it. Next spring, green rose up thick, thin, a blanket, wheat and barley waving proud under the sun. But by harvest, Jonah had more grain than his old barn could carry, and for once in his life he sold surplus instead of scraping by. What made him wealthy wasn't that good yield. It was the knowing that with patience and the right kind of labor, even the most stubborn soil can bloom. Jonah started showing neighbors how to cut their fields, how to read the land, and soon the whole valley changed. Where once folk cursed the earth, they now praised it, because one man refused to quit just when the ground looked barren. The cowboy poked the fire with the iron rod, sparks flaring bright. Now, what does that tell you? Wealth ain't just digging harder, it's learning how to listen. Listen to the land, listen to your mistakes, listening when the world whispers instead of shouts. You do that, and you'll find riches hid where others swore there weren't none. A hush filled the room. Rain tapped the window's soft fingertips, steady at a heartbeat. The cowboy words lingered that smoke against the beams, wrapping round each listener until they felt the truth of it, that fortune sometimes lies buried beneath the dust of patience, waiting for a hand willing to shape it. The old man leaned back, chair creaking under his weight, and with a half-smile added, Jonah didn't strike silver or stumble on oil. He struck wisdom, and that'll outlast any vein or well. That the kind of wealth a man can pass down generation after generation, and it don't never run dry. He let the fire carry the silence again, for in the glow of its warmth, no further proof was needed. The cowboy took a long pause, rain pattering steady outside it, nature's own drumbeat, and leaned forward with a look that held both weight and warmth. "Let me tell you about Clara May," he began, voice low and slow. "A woman folks in her town once saw foolish, but who turned her own grit into a kind of treasure money can't quite measure. Clara May was born in a one-room shack at the far edge of the prairie. Her folks worked odd jobs, scraping enough to keep beans on the table, but never much more. Most kids in her lace gave up cood early, figuring work in the fields or cleaning houses was all the future had to offer. But Clara had a peculiar way of looking at things. She'd sit with scraps of cloth, threadbare shirts, old flour sacks, and stitch them into quilts. Not debt to keep warm, but patterns full of care and intention. She called M-maps, though no one rightly knew what she meant at first. By 16, Clara would sew anything shirts from cast-off curtains, dresses from faded linen, even coats pieced teared out of horse blankets. Folks laughed, said her clothes were patched-up jokes. But the thing was, they lasted. While store-bought shirts wore thin in a season, Clara's work held strong. Travelers passing through note bought her quilts, then her coats. Each sale gave her just enough coin to buy better thread, sturdier needles, a bit of dye. Bit by bit, her little shack grew a hum of color. Now, where the real wealth part comes in. Instead of spending that first real profit on comforts, Clara took her herd and bought second-hand books, sewing guides, pattern designs, anything she could get her hands on. She taught herself stitches even milliners in big cities didn't know. With time, she wasn't just sewing, she was building designs that told stories. Each quilt carried symbols of her town, the hills, the river, the stars overhead. Travelers who once paid her $1 were soon paying 10, then 20, just to carry home a piece of her art. One winter, a traveling merchant saw her quilts and offered to take them east, promising she'd double her pay. Clara hesitated, then said no. Instead, she asked him to bring her back books and fabric she couldn't find in her county. Folks thought she'd missed her chance at big money, but she was thinking longer term. She wanted knowledge more than a lump of coin. Over the years, that choice bore fruit. Clara May trained other girls in town to sew with her, not for free, but by making them partners. She taught Em the craft, let Em share in the F, and before long, what was once a tiny shack turned into a workshop filled with chatter, needles flashing, and lantern light. They didn't yet make quilts anymore, they made garments people from miles away came to buy. She gave her neighbors not just jobs, but pride, dignity, and skill that couldn't be stolen. By her 50s, Clara May owned the largest workshop in 3 counties, though she still slept in the same little shack, never fancying a big house. When folks asked why, she'd say, "This roof kept it dry when I had nothing." Don't see the need to trade it for something gilded. Her measure of wealth wasn't the ledger she kept, though it grew fat enough. It was in seeing young girls who once thought they'd be scrubbing floors instead, sewing their futures into existence. The cowboy drew on his pipe, let the smoke curl lazy toward the rafters. "Now tell Lay," he said softly. "Was Clara May rich? She didn't own no railroad shares, no oil wells, but she turned thread into livelihood, scraps into art, and doubt into faith. She was richer than kings because she lifted herself and others along with her. That, friends, is wealth you don't spend. It's wealth you spread." The fire popped, throwing sparks into the night, and each listener sat still, caught between the storm outside and the warmth of the story wrapping around them. Clara May's name lingered in the silence, stitched in memory like the quilts she once made, proof that prosperity ain't always in coin, but in the lives you patch together with care and vision. The cowboy shifted in his seat, letting the creak of the wooden chair fill the lull, rain still whispering against the canvas roof overhead. He leaned closer, voice carrying that slow drawl that seemed to hang in the air like smoke. "Reckon I'll tell you about another soul I knew. Feller named Silas." Now, Silas weren't born with much of nothing, not even the kind of talent Clara May had with her hands, but what Silas had, plain and true, was ears wide open and a patience like river stone. Sometimes that all a body needs to change their fate. Silas grew up working odd jobs across farms and rail lines and had a knack for listening more than talking. When other men grumbled about wages, he was quiet, watching how bosses moved coin, how grain got traded, how freight was weighed and priced. Every nickel he earned, he didn't rush to spend on whiskey or cards. Instead, he'd put a coin or two in a tin box hid under the floorboards of the shack he rented. Now, Silas had no fancy education, couldn't read more than simple notices, but what he did was pay attention to folks' habits. He knowed farmers struggling every fall, harvest plenty, but no safe place to store grain. Merchants paid dirt cheap, knowing folks were desperate. Silas thought on it a long spell, sitting by lantern light, tin box getting heavier every season. One winter, he took what he saved and rented that old, near-broken barn at the edge of town. Patched the roof, shod the walls, swept it clean. Folks laughed, said he'd gone mad fixing up a rotted shell. But come harvest, when the glut came and merchants tried their tricks, Silas made his up. "Store your grain with thee, pay me a penny a sack each month, and I'll keep it safe till prices rise." At first, only a handful trusted him. But when they sold later at triple the price and still had good dry grain, word spread like wildfire. By the next year, that barn was full, and Silas had to rent 2 more. It weren't just barns he built trust. He weighed fair, never shaved a sack, never cheated a farmer a single bushel. In a town where most men cut corners, Silas stood straight at it oath. With time, folks weren't just paying him for storage, they asked his advice. Crest, only a handful trusted him. But when they sold later at triple the price and still had good dry grain, word spread like wildfire. By the next year, that barn was full, and Silas had to rent 2 more. It weren't just barns he built trust. He weighed fair, never shaved a sack, never cheated a farmer a single bushel. In a town where most men cut corners, Silas stood straight at it oath. With time, folks weren't just paying him for storage, they asked his advice. Couldn't read, so he hired a young lad from the church to help keep ledgers, taught himself numbers by candlelight. That tin box of his grew into a chest, then into a small safe. Years passed, and Silas owned half the storage barns around the county. But he didn't stop there. He needed farmers borrowing at ruinous rates to buy seed each spring, so he started lending from his own chest small sums, fair turns, dead enough to tide him over to harvest. Some said he was foolish, that poor men don't pay back, but Silas reckoned trust breeds honesty, and he was right more times than wrong. His neighbors paid him back, often with interest or favors, and his wealth swelled steady at a river after snow melt. What made Silas different weren't barns nor coin, it was how he carried himself. He never lorded wealth over others. He still wore plain work shirts, still patched his boots, still shared stew with whoever knocked at his door. His riches grew quiet, like a deep well, useful, life-giving, never boastful. When he passed on, folks didn't say he was rich. They said he was fair. And that kind of legacy outlives gold. The cowboy eyes glimmered in the firelight. He finished, "Silas proved a man don't need to be clever with books or blessed with talent. Sometimes all it takes is watching close, sobbing steady, and keeping your word clean. That the sort of wealth even storms can't wash away. The storm outside deepened, thunder rolling across the plain, and the circle around the campfire drew tighter. Each heart warmed not by the flames, but by the steady truth of Silas' life, a tale stitched with patience, grit, and the quiet kind of prosperity that feeds generations long after a man is gone. The cowboy leaned back, rain pattering steady on the canvas above, embers drifting skyward as though the stars themselves were listening. He drew a long breath, voice rolling low like distant thunder. There was another one, Ezekiel Dunn, though most taught him Zeke.
Not the sort of man folks pinned hopes on. He was wiry, restless, never could keep his hands still, always tapping, fiddling, drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. Folks said he'd never settle, never make much of his life, but Zeke had something they didn't see. A mind that could spot patterns like a hawk spying field mice. Zeke never stayed in one town too long. He drifted from cattle drives to riverboats, helping out wherever he could, collecting wages that seemed to vanish quicker than he earned them. But while others gambled away their nights or drank their fill, Zeke lingered on the edges, eyes sharp, watching how dice rolled, how cards shuffled, how men bet reckless when whiskey soured their heads. He wasn't no gambling, but he studied chance like a preacher studies scripture. One winter broke and hungry, Zeke took to working with a trader who ran supplies down the river. There he hated something not in the goods, but in the flow of people. Towns' river always seemed short on salt, while towns downriver had too much. Wheat that sold cheap in one place fetched triple the price just 2 stops away. It weren't luck, it weren't fancy math, it was pattern. And Zeke's restless mind caught hold of it like a hound catching scent. He scraped together what coin he could borrow in a little from a barkeep who knew his word was good and bought salt in bulk when it was cheap. He hauled it upriver, near froze his bones in the process, but when he sold, his money doubled. That one trip lit something inside him. He started treading deliberate salt for wheat, wheat for cloth, cloth for tools, moving goods, sickle weaver moving thread across a loom. Now Zeke weren't smooth talking, but he was honest, and that kept doors open. He'd pay on time, never short a man, never deliver less than he promised. Bit by bit, folks began trusting the wiry drifter. He set up a small flatboat of his own, then another. His restless fingers, once tapped on tables, now traced maps, marking the routes where profit bloomed. Soon enough, he weren't just hauling goods, he was orchestrating whole lines of trade like a conductor leading a band. What made Zeke stand apart weren't just his eye for patterns, it was his refusal to hoard knowledge. He taught young men on his crew how to read currents, how to gauge fair price, how to hold their nerve when markets shifted. Some said he was a fool, teaching others what gave him an edge. But Zeke reckoned abundance grew when shared, and he was right. His network grew so wide, even when rivals tried to undercut him, there was always someone who owed Zeke a favor or carried his lessons forward. By the time his hair turned silver, Zeke Dunn was known along the river not a drifter, but as a builder of bridges, bridges of trust, bridges of trade. He never built mansions or wore silks, but he owned fleets, and more than that, he owned the respect of every trader from one end of the current to the other. When he passed, they say the river itself seemed quieter, as though mourning the man who'd listened so closely to its rhythm. The cowboy paused, looking into the fire, the glow dancing against his weather-red face. Zeke taught us something I'll never forget, that patterns ain't the numbers of goods. They're people too. You treat folks fair, keep your eyes open, and the world rhythm will reveal read opportunity higher. But you gotta listen close, and you gotta act with steady hands. The storm outside pressed harder, wind whistling low, but the campfire crowd sat still, breathing in the weight of the tale. Another man, another proof that wealth weren't about silver spoons or easy luck. It was about patience, trust, and seeing what others overlooked. The fire cracked again, sending sparks up into the wet dark like stubborn dreams refusing to die. The cowboy drew his coat tighter, his voice steady at a river current. There was Clara Holt, he began, eyes reflecting the flame. Now she weren't the kind to draw attention. Tall, quiet, with eyes that always seemed 2 steps ahead of her words. Grew up on a dusty farm where her pa lost more years to drought than he had made back in harvest. Most folks there learned to accept hunger to a neighbor, but Clara learned to make numbers dance. She didn't have fancy books or a schoolhouse worth bragging on, but she had a slate and a stub of chalk. She'd mark figures in the dirt, tallying grain sacks, watching the markets listed on old newspapers, and even tracking which neighbors sold cattle at what price. While others saw chaos,
She saw a rhythm, an invisible clock ticking behind every sale. When she was just 16, her pa sent her to the nearby town to trade eggs for salt. Clara came back with salt all right, but also with coin left over. She'd haggled sharper than a knife, trading in bulk with one merchant, then raking the goods into smaller shares and selling to neighbors at fair price. Her pa near fell off his chair, wondering how a slip of a girl brought back more than she left with. Clara just shrugged. To her, it weren't cleverness. It was math at fairness dancing to that. Word spread quick. Soon she weren't that trading eggs, but grains, cloth, and even taking notes on loans for folks who couldn't keep figures straight. She charged a small fee, but always less than what others demanded. She knew every man's debts, every family's struggles, and she guarded those secrets tighter than gold. Trust began to form around her like iron around a magnet. One year, a flood wiped out near every field in 3 counties. Folks despaired, reckoning they'd starve or lose their land. Clara, however, had been watching more than skies. She knew a merchant upriver sitting on stores of grain, prices low, cause buyers weren't plentiful. She took what coin she had, borrowed a bit on her name, cause by then her word was worth more than paper, and hauled in wagon after wagon of grain. She sold it fair, no gouging, no tricks. Families that might have lost everything pulled through the winter because of her. That act alone made Clara Holt something rare, not just a trader, but a pillar. The banker in town, a man who'd never tipped his hat to no one, asked her to help manage ledgers. She agreed, but only if she could run things clean. She refused bribes, turned down shady deals, and insisted on clarity which shadows had long ruled. Some said she'd never last. But the townsfolk, who trusted her more than any man in a suit, sided with Clara. Within years, she'd turned that bank from a viper den into a lifeline. Clara never sought riches in the way of silk gowns or big houses. Her wealth was built in ledgers, yes, but also in lives. Young folks she lent to cheap so they could start businesses. Farmers she gave longer time to repay, knowing harvests come and go. Every loan paid back with interest meant not just profit for her, but stability for the whole town. Instability, friends, is rarer than silver. By the time she was old, folks called her Miss Holt the Fair, and when she passed, the procession was said to be the largest that county had seen. Men and women alike walked for miles, tip of their hats lowered, whispering of the woman who saw numbers not as cold figures, but in stories of human survival. The cowboy voice dropped low, they though speaking more to the fire than the folks listening. Clara taught us this. Money itself ain't evil, nor is it holy. It a language. And if you speak it honest, if you read it with care, it becomes a bridge instead of a weapon. She proved wealth can be earned and shared without losing your soul. Rain rattled the tin coffee pot. Hissing shared hit the fire. No one spoke. The story hung there, warm and heavy, like the smell of smoke clinging to coats. Another reminder that success weren't always about chance or boldness. It would be about steady hands, clear minds, and the courage to keep fairness at the heart of every trade. The cowboy shifted on his log, adjusting his boots against the damp earth, as if settling in for a tale heavier than the storm clouds above. His eyes caught the firelight, flickering like lanterns in the dark. Then there was Elijah Pike, he said slow, drawing out the name, and though it carried weight, ate its own. Not a banker, nor a rancher, nor a man born into gold. He was a tinkerer, one of those restless souls who couldn't leave well enough alone. Elijah grew up in a workshop that smelled of oil, wood shavings, and burnt metal. His pa fixed wagons, patched kettles, mended fences with whatever scraps he had. But Elijah weren't satisfied patching things. Was not to build something new, something that would last but rust and memory. By the time he was 12, he'd cobbled together a water wheel powered not by the creek alone, but by a system of gears he scavenged from busted plows. Neighbors came to see it turn, amazed that a boy contraption could grind more grain in a day than a man hands in 3. Still, invention don't put bread on the table when you're poor. He spent his youth struggling between work that paid and dreams that didn't. The railroad was eating up land, swallowing opportunity, and spit tinted out in steel. Elijah knew if he didn't find a way to ride that wave, he'd drown beneath it. So he watched, listened, studied. Where others cursed its sparks and coal dust, he saw a future. By his 20s, Elijah was working nights, sketching on scraps of paper by candlelight. His idea was simple in words, but mighty in execution. Compact, more efficient furnace that could smelt ore faster with less coal. Steel was the currency of the age, and whoever mastered its making held the key to kingdoms. Elijah didn't have land, didn't have a name, but he had fire in his mind. It took years of failing explosions in his shed, burns that scarred his arms, debts he near drowned in. Folks laughed at him, called him cold, fool Pike. But persistence, like rain-carven rock, don't yield to ridicule. He finally hammered out a design that worked, one that doubled output without demanding double the fuel. Now, here with fortune twists, he had his design but no capital to scale it. That when he met a widow named Margaret Rowe. She'd inherited her husband's failing foundry and was fighting tooth and nail to keep it alive. Where others saw a hopeless venture, Elijah saw a partnership. He convinced her to let him try his furnace. She risked what little she had left, and within a year the foundry roared back to life, producing steel so fast buyers lined up from counties away. Margaret and Elijah built more than a business, they built trust. She handled the ledgers fair but sharp while he kept pushing the boundaries of what machines could do. They treated workers better than most, decent wages, safety measures unheard of in those days, and in return their men worked with loyalty fierce akin. Within 2 decades, Pike and Rowe Ironworks wasn't just surviving, it was thriving, stretching tracks, girders, and beams across cities, sprouting like weeds. The skyline itself began to shift, steel bones rising higher each year, each one stamped with their mark. Elijah never cared much for the trappings of wealth. He lived modest, still fixing things with his own hands, still sketching by candlelight even when he could afford electric bulbs. But he cared deeply that his work lifted others, that families could eat, children could go to school, and towns could grow sturdy on the backbone of steel. When he passed on, folks didn't call him Coal Fool no more. They called him Iron Pike, the man whose stubborn dreams held up bridges and buildings that outlived him by a century. Margaret outlasted him, running the company with the same grit, refusing buyouts from greedy hands, making sure Pike and Rowe never lost its soul. The cowboy took a sip of his coffee, the steam curling into the damp night air. His voice softened. "Yeah, Martin, is failure ain't fine unless you quit. Wealth built on broken backs don't last, but wealth built on vision and fairness, well, that kind of steel don't rust." The rain eased to a drizzle, leaving the fire to crackle louder, bolder. The tale settled into the silence, drawing every listener closer, hearts warmed, not dead by flame, but by the stubborn courage of a man who forged a future from ashes and mockery. The cowboy leaned back, boots digging into the damp soil, and the fire crackled that was encouraging him on. "Now there another tale worth telling," he said, his voice low and heavy, the kind that carried weight even when whispered. It about Clara Dawson, a woman born in the shadows who carved herself a lantern bright enough to light the path for generations. Clara came into this world in a coal town, where the sun was near forgotten behind soot-stained skies. Her daddy spent his lungs in the mines, coughing black dust before he was 30. Her mama scrubbed laundry till her hands bled raw. They had nothing but a roof patched with tin and a kitchen table worn smooth by elbows leaning over prayers for bread. From the time Clara would read, she buried herself in any scrap of paper she could find, old newspapers, discarded ledgers, shipping invoices. Where others saw meaningless numbers, Clara saw patterns, rhythms, the pulse of trade and coin. She had a mind that latched on to detail like a wolf on a scent. When her father died, the mind gave her family near nothing, a few coins and sympathy, barely enough to buy coal to heat the house he no longer came home to. Clara was 12, her brothers younger, and her mama near broken. Most girls her age were married off or bound to the washboard, but Clara had steel in her bones. She found work at the company store, sweeping floors and tallying purchases. At night, she taught herself bookkeeping by copying every ledger she saw, practicing numbers till she could balance them blindfolded. By 16, she weren't just working the till, she was running it smoother than the men twice her age. But she saw the crooked ways too, inflated prices, debts that chained families tighter than shackles. Clara didn't rage or curse, no, she learned. She studied every scam, every cheat, and tucked the knowledge away like bullets in a belt. When she turned 21, Clara walked away from the coal town with a silk suitcase, a heart full of grief and a head full of figures. She headed for the rail city, where steel tracks met iron ambition, and opportunity lay hidden between smoke and greed. Work was scarce for women, scarcer still for those with no name to recommend them. She took whatever scraps she could find, copying contracts, clerking, writing letters for men too proud to admit they couldn't spell. But Clara had a tad. She saved every coin, lived on crusts and soup bones, and poured her ends into a small sideline keeping books for street vendors who couldn't manage more than a handshake and a prayer. She showed them how to track expenses, how to cut waste, how to grow without falling into debt traps. Word spread that Dawson girl, she's sharper than a razor and twice say reliable. By her late 20s, she had built herself a reputation strong enough to rent a modest office. Folks haunted Dawson Ledger service, but in truth it was more than numbers. Clara became a teacher, an advisor, a quiet warrior fighting back against the systems that kept the poor always paying more. She took pennies for her services from those who had little, and she charged fair wages from those who had plenty. Balance, that was her creed. Then came her rake. A shipping magnate, Mr. Pell's Anobag, found his business near collapse after his bookkeeper skipped town with company funds. Desperate, he gave Clara a chance most men never would have dared. Fix this, girl, and I'll pay you double what you ask. She did more than fix it. She reorganized his entire operation, uncovered fraud, renegotiated contracts, and within a year turned losses into gains so steady the man near wept. But terrorist Clara showed her true grit. Instead of letting herself be swallowed by Harland Empire, she'd have part of her payment in shares equity, not coin. It was bold, near reckless, but Clara knew steel prices were rising, trade expanded, and ships were the veins carrying the lifeblood of commerce. When profits doubled, so did her stake. From there, Clara built an empire not of factories nor railroads, but of trust. She became the woman merchants sought when they faced ruin, the woman bankers consulted before extending loans, the woman laborers turned to when wages were cheated. She dealt in fairness and clarity, in showing men how the hidden gears of finance could work for them instead of against them. By the time she was 50, Dawson and Company wasn't just an office in a back alley. It was a towering presence in the city, a place where fortunes were safeguarded and grown. She never married, never bent herself into the mold folks expected. Her family, those little brothers she'd once fed with scraps, became educated men, lawyers, teachers, lifted by the wealth and wisdom Clara forged from numbers. When she died, newspapers didn't call her Miss Dawson the bookkeeper. They called her the Iron Lady of Ledgers, a woman who'd taken the cruelty of arithmetic and turned it into a weapon for justice and prosperity. She left behind no children of her own, but thousands carried her legacy in the businesses that thrived because of her steady hand. The cowboy voice trailed off, the firelight glancing off his weather face. See, money ain't dead about having more than the next fella, he murmured. It about what you do with it, how you bend it, not to rake people, but to free 'em. Clara Dawson never swung a hammer, never mind a vein, but she forged something stronger than steel. She forged dignity out of numbers. The rain pattered soft on the canvas above. Velvet, the sky itself was nodding in agreement, blessing the memory of a woman who carried lantern light into places where shadows once ruled. The cowboy poked at the embers, watching sparks drift into the wet night like fireflies that lost their way. Now I reckon you'll want another tale, he said, leaning forward so the glow carved deep lines into his weather-redder cheeks. This one ain't about ships or mines or steel. No, this one about a man who dealt in silence and saw gold where most folks only heard noise. His name was Thomas Finch, and he built himself an empire not with his hands, but with his ears. Thomas was born in a railroad town where whistles shrieked it day and night. His father swung hammers on the tracks. His mama sold pies to workers, and the boy grew up with the sound of steel on steel rattling his bones. But Thomas wasn't like the other kids, hollering and running. He was quiet, always listening, head tilted like he was catching words in the wind no one had heard. By the time he was 10, Thomas could mimic the sound of a train coming miles off. He'd tell the workers how Long Pond had arrived, and sure enough, he was always right. But his true gift showed itself when he started listening to conversation. Never butting in, just taking in every word. They learned how the foreman cut wages unfair, how the shopkeeper cheated weights, how the bank clerk fudged figures. Folks thought Thomas simple because he stayed silent, but his mind was busy, stacking every sound of bricks in a wall. When he grew, he took a job as a telegraph operator. Now that there was a seat of power, though most never saw it, messages flowed through him, contract, bank transfers, trade deals, an endless river of commerce reduced to dots and dashes. Yet Thomas, with his uncanny memory, could hold entire conversations in his head without writing them down. He didn't steal, didn't gossip, he just listened, learning how money flowed, who paid fair, who defaulted, and that opportunity lay hidden. One day a merchant came complaining about his competitor always undercutting prices. It don't make sense, the man grumbled. He sells for less than he pays, yet he's still standing. Thomas knew why. He'd heard messages about secret shipments, discounts hidden in coded wires. He leaned in, whispered advice on how to renegotiate contracts, and the merchant, half skeptical, tried it. Within months, his business doubled. He came back with gratitude and coins, slipping Thomas payment for his insight. That was the start. Quietly, Thomas became known as the man who hears the truth. Farmers came to him asking which rail lines were reliable. Traders begged for advice on when to ship grain. Bankers consulted him on which clients were trustworthy. He never betrayed a secret. He merely wove together the strands of sound he'd caught, like a loom spinning invisible thread into cloth. He saved every coin he never spent on frills. Lived in a modest room above the telegraph office, but with those savings, he started something unusual. He lent money. Not like the banks, who squeeze folks with harsh terms, but fair and square, with interest low enough to let a man breathe. And then the thing, Thomas never needed collateral. He already knew their character, their dealings, their honesty, because he'd been listening all his life. In time, he set up his own establishment, Finch Trust. Folks called it. No marble pillars or gilded counters, just a desk, a chair, and a man who kept his word. Yet people flocked to him more than the grand banks, because Thomas had something they didn't. He listened. He knew when a farmer bad season was just bad luck, or when a merchant excuses were cover for lies. They had the rarest gift in finance, the ability to judge risk by the sound of a man's voice. As the years rolled, Finch Trust grew into something bigger than he dreamed. Railroads expanded, industries boomed, and his modest loans turned into large-scale investments. He funded warehouses, mills, even schools. Always quiet, always watchful. Competitors mocked him at first. That mute owl in the telegraph house, what does he know of business? But when downturns came, when banks collapsed under greed, Thomas stood firm. His clients survived, even thrived, because he'd guided them with caution and fairness. By old age, Thomas Finch was a legend. Not for speeches, he barely gave a handful in his lifetime. Not for showy wealth, he dressed plain, ate simple, but for something rarer, trust. His silence had spoken louder than any banker boast. He left behind no heirs, no great mansion. Instead, he willed his fortune to build public libraries, saying in his last letter, "If a man learns to listen to books or listen to people, he will never be poor." The cowboy leaned back, sighingly. The rain pattered steady on the canvas, and so he said, voice low and warm, "Thomas Finch proved riches don't always come from the loudest man in the room. Sometimes it's the quiet ones, the ones who hear what others miss, who end up guiding the whole world fortune." The fire popped, sending sparks up into the darkness, and for a moment it felt like Thomas himself was still listening, nodding from the shadows, where silence lives eternal. The cowboy gave the fire a good stir, embers glowing brighter against the wet hush of the night. Would lean back, boots crossed, voice slow and steady at the drip of rain off the brim of his hat. Now there was another tale worth telling, he said, not of silence, nor of cattle, nor of gold. This one about a woman who found wealth in a place most folks only saw emptiness, in the forgotten corners of the land where nobody cared to look. Her name was Eliza Monroe. Folks in her youth told her odd, for she had a way of walking fields and alleyways, eyes downcast, muttering numbers under her breath. She weren't dreaming or distracted. She was counting every broken fence post, every abandoned tool, every acre of soil left untilled. She kept track of what was wasted while others rushed to chase what seemed shiny and profitable. Eliza had a mind like a trap, holding on to scraps of knowledge that others threw away. She was raised poor, daughter of a drifter who never stayed in one place long enough to build nothing. But she watched keen, saw how fortunes leaked not from bold mistakes but from neglect. In a small town where families bickered over ownership of rich farmland, Eliza quietly asked herself, what about the scrubland at the edges? What about the ditches nobody claimed? The half-rotted barns falling apart? Those things had no value to men blinded by pride, but Eliza knew value often sat quiet, waiting for the right eye. When she was 20, she struck her first deal. An old cooper had died, leaving behind a yard full of busted barrels and rusted hoops. His kinfolk wanted rid of it, considering it trash. Eliza offered them a pittance, barely the price of a meal, and carted the lot home. She spent a week repairing each barrel, patching heat, sanding staves, reusing metal hoops. When she sold them to a brewer in the next county, she walked away with a profit 10 times what she'd paid. From then on, Eliza became known as the scavenger with a golden touch. She bought what no one else wanted: dilapidated barns, scraps of lumber, torn cloth, chipped stone. Every discarded piece she found a use for. To her, there was no such thing did useless. A broken window was glass for jars. A frayed rope still tied knots. A rotted cartwheel still had spokes worth salvaging. As she grew, her dealings expanded, but Tidbit, her genius, truly showed. She didn't just trade in scrap, she bought neglected land. When families feuded over prime acreage, she claimed the swamp at the far end, the rocky hills where no plow could turn. Bit by bit, she stitched together parcels that nobody cared to keep. And while townsfolk laughed, she planted hardy trees, tapped wells, and brought in goats that thrived where cattle failed. As she grew, her dealings expanded, but Tidbit, her genius, truly showed. She didn't just trade in scrap, she bought neglected land. When families feuded over prime acreage, she claimed the swamp at the far end, the rocky hills where no plow could turn. Bit by bit, she stitched together parcels that nobody cared to keep. And while townsfolk laughed, she planted hardy trees, tapped wells, and brought in goats that thrived where cattle failed. Slowly, her patchwork of cast-off land became a mosaic of quiet abundance. See, Eliza understood something simple: wealth leaks through cracks. Men chase big dreams and leave small ones to rot, but she those scraps till they formed something greater than all the grand farms combined. She built sawmills on the edges of streams where others saw only mud. She raised flax in shallow soils and spun linen, selling it at a premium. She cut deals with tinkers, cobblers, and smiths, supplying them with materials salvaged from her endless trove. By her 40th year, Eliza Monroe was richer than any banker in 3 counties, but she never flashed jewels or built a mansion. She still lived in a modest farmhouse, her fortune hidden in warehouses filled with goods that had been saved from abandonment. The true wealth, though, was the example she set. Folks who'd once mocked her now sought her counsel, and she'd tell them plain: you don't need to chase more. You need to see what's already in front of you. When the railroad finally came, stretching tracks past her patchwork land, the company found her parcels sitting square on their planned route. They offered her a fortune for rights of way, and though she accepted, she turned around and reinvested in mills, schools, and a hospital. The town that had once called her odd became prosperous, built on the foundation of her vision. Eliza? She sat on her porch in her later years, listening to the trains whistle by, smiling at the thought that all her riches began with a single pile of broken barrels.
The cowboy voice softened to the brain tapped steady on canvas and tin. Eliza taught the world a hard lesson, he murmured. Wealth don't always lie in what's glittering. Sometimes it hides in the scraps folks step over, waiting for someone with the patience to piece them back together. And those who see value, we others see nothing. Why they hold the power to shape the world. He let the silence linger, broken only by the crackle of fire and the far-off rumble of thunder. If even the storm was pondering the truth of her hail. The cowboy spat into the embers, watching the hiss rise up in the night air before leaning back with a low groan. His voice came easy, a slow roll like thunder over plains. Now, reckon I told you about Eliza, the woman who turned scraps into riches. But I ain't done, partner.
With another tale worth remembering, one of a fellow who made his fortune not by gathering what others threw away, but by reckoning with the very thing we got and on waste time. His name was Thomas Greeley, a wiry ranch hand folks never thought much of. He didn't own cattle nor fields worth speaking on. What he had was patience, the kind that could shame a stone. While men rushed to strike oil or chase gold, Thomas studied how time carved out advantage. He watched the impatient lose fortunes buying high and selling low, throwing away tomorrow just to scratch an itch today. See, Thomas had a simple way about him. Every morning while others dashed for quick deals, he kept journals. He wrote down the price of grain, the cost of timber, the rate of passage on riverboats, not for a day or a season, but for years.
Remember that prices rose with drought, how they fell after floods, how demand shifted when the railroad arrived or a new mine omened. Where others saw chaos, Thomas saw rhythm. He came to believe something most men feared to admit, that time itself was the richest soil, if you had the grit to sow patience into it.
He didn't lunge at the market wild swings, he waited. When men sold lumber cheap after a storm flattened trees, Thomas quietly filled his sheds. When iron prices collapsed after a mine flooded, he bought crates of it, knowing the railroads would soon cry for steel. At first, townsfolk laughed. Greeley sitting on piles of junk while we're doubling our money in silver mines, they'd say. But time proved sharper than pride. Mines dried, silver veins ran thin, and those same men sold their wagons to cover debts. Meanwhile, Thomas unloaded his stockpiles at tenfold profit, not from luck, but from patience. He called it letting the river of time do the work. What set Thomas apart wasn't foresight, it was discipline. When a deal tempted him with fast gains, he reminded himself that wealth built in haste burned like kindling, but wealth stacked slow, layer by layer, was like oak, tough, enduring, impossible to shake. He'd spend years waiting on a single trade, sitting quiet while the world mocked him for doing nothing. Yet when the moment came, his barns turned to gold mines. He used this method in more ways than trade. Land, for instance. He bought dry plots no farmer wanted, waiting a decade till irrigation canals reached him. He snapped up riverfront shacks for pennies, knowing steamboats would soon demand docks and warehouses. He didn't build palaces, yet held what others overlooked, patient, nay, winter. But when the world caught up to him, he sold small, bought large, and rose steady, never toppled by the storms that ruined faster men. By his 50s, Thomas Greeley was whispered about, just the man who could see tomorrow. Bankers tried to lure him into grand schemes, but he only smiled and said, "Time will tell." He lent money only on long terms, refusing to profit off a neighbor's short desperation. His fortune grew not by squeezing, but by waiting. He was proof that patience itself could be currency, that every minute not wasted was a coin in the hand. In his later years, he wrote a small book, just a journal really, that he handed to the local schoolmaster. It contained on his notes the tides of prices, the lessons of patience.
In it, he scrawled one line that folks remembered long after his bones were dust. Time is the horse none can tame, but those who ride steady reach farther than those who whip it. By the time he passed, Thomas had built a quiet empire, not flashy, not noisy, just barns of goods, acres of land, and coffers filled with the reward of waiting. Yet what mattered more was the respect he earned. Young traders came to his rave, whispering promises to learn patience, to stop rushing their lives away. And in that way, Thomas still traded in time long after his last breath. The cowboy voice trailed, thunder rumbling low behind him. "So you see," he said, eyes narrow under the brim, "wealth ain't always about what you grab, but what you let sit, what you let grow. Men who waste time are poorer than they know, but those who honor it, why, they hold the true treasure." The fire snapped, the rain sighed, and silence sat heavy, like the weight of years themselves. The cowboy leaned in low to the fire, his shadow stretching tall against the sodden earth behind him. The rain drummed soft on his hat brim, making a steady rhythm that seemed to guide his words. "Now, I done told you of men and women who wrangled time and chance into riches, but there's another tale. One where fortune was built on something mighty fragile, yet stronger than steel when tended proper. That something, partner, was trust. There was a man named Samuel Pike, a blacksmith by trade, living in a dusty frontier town where coin was scarce, and promises were worth about much was wind. Retiring with skill unmatched, hammering wagon wheels, shoeing horses, mending plows, his shop was never empty of sparks of the sound of steel meeting steel, yet for all his labor, wealth never lingered in his pockets. He charged fair, maybe too fair, and often let men walk away with work unpaid, promising to set when harvest came or when cattle fetched a good price. Most folks said Samuel was a fool, can't run a business on promises they'd scoff. A handshake don't feed a man children. But Samuel kept faith. He believed in folks more than he believed in coin. Believing a town held together by trust was richer than one strangled by suspicion. Kept a ledger, aye, but instead of tallying debts in cold ink, he scratched marks that reminded him of faces. The farmer with a limp, the widow with a hungry brood, the rancher who worked sun up to sundown with no hand but his own. For years it seemed folly. His shop was worn, his boots patched, and his tapes simple. But something strange began to grow around him. Men who owed him would labor twice as hard to repay. They bought him wood, hides, and meat when they had no coin. They spoke his name with honor, and his little forge became more than a smithy. It became the heart of the town faith. When disputes arose, Samuel's words settled in, for all knew he never lied, never cheated, never turned away a soul in need. Then came the winter that near broke the town.
Blizzards rolled down like white fury, freezing fields, starving cattle, splitting roofs, supplies dwindled, money vanished, and neighbors began to whisper of abandoning the place altogether. But Samuel, though poor in gold, was rich in trust. He called a meeting by the old church and spoke plain. I got no fortune hid, no grand secret, but I reckon each of you owes me, and I owe each of you in turn. Alone we're weak, but to death, if we share what little we got, none need perish. Some balked, but many remembered how Samuel had never failed them. So they dared what they had: flour, salt, firewood, tools, and pooled it in Samuel's smithy. He oversaw it fair, distributing to widows, children, and the sick before the strong. That winter not a single soul in that town starved, though the snows lay thick of mountains. When spring broke, gratitude flowed like meltwater, leaving Crawl. Folks came to Samuel not only with payment, but with gifts beyond measure. A rancher deeded him land. Farmers gave him portions of their yield. The banker, humbled, offered him a stake in the very institution he once thought Samuel too soft to deserve. In time, Samuel became wealthier than he had dreamed, but not because he chased coin. His wealth was built on the bedrock of trust, on a reputation so unshaken that men would hand him their last dollar knowing he'd guard it like his own. By the end of his days, Samuel Pike owned stretches of pasture, shares in the mill, and coffers full enough to set his children secure. But what he prized most was a battered old ledger, filled not with numbers but names. Every mark stood for a soul who had trusted him and whom he had trusted in return. At his funeral, the whole town wailed, every man, woman, and child. They said they hadn't lost a blacksmith, they'd lost the very glue that held him a doubt. The cowboy paused, drawing deep on his pipe, the glow of embers reflecting in his eyes. Now, you listen to me, he said low. A man may strike gold, he may gamble smart, he may even wrangle time itself. But without trust, without being the kind of soul whose word is worth more than paper, his fortune lay dust in the wind. Samuel proved that trust, once forged, is a currency that don't devalue, not in famine, not in flood, not in war. The rain thickened, hissing against the fire, but his voice carried steady. That a lesson, partner. If you want to build wealth that lasts, don't just chase what glitters. Be the one others lean on when storms come. His funeral, the whole town wailed, every man, woman, and child. They said they hadn't lost a blacksmith, they'd lost the very glue that held him Miguel. The cowboy paused, drawing deep on his pipe, the glow of embers reflecting in his eyes. Now, you listen to me, he said low. A man may strike gold, he may gamble smart, he may even wrangle time itself. But without trust, without being the kind of soul whose word is worth more than paper, his fortune lay dust in the wind. Samuel proved that trust, once forged, is a currency that don't devalue, not in famine, not in flood, not in war. The rain thickened, hissing against the fire, but his voice carried steady. That a lesson, partner. If you want to build wealth that lasts, don't just chase what glitters. Be the one others lean on when storms come. That kind of wealth don't vanish, it multiplies in the hearts of men. The cowboy gaze lingered on the fire, the flames bending and twisting like they was dancing to the rhythm of the rain. There was another man I recall, one who didn't strike it rich with cattle, nor pan out nuggets of gold, nor even hammer iron like Pike. No, his trade was different. He was a wanderer, a drifter by the name of Elias Boone, who carried little more than a fiddle, a sachets, and a head full of stories. Folks laughed at him, said no man could build a fortune playing songs and spinning tales, not out head with the land chewed up dreamers and spat out bones. But Elias proved that wealth ain't always pulled from the earth. Sometimes it coaxed from the hearts of people. Elias roamed from camp to camp, sleeping under porches in barns or wherever the kindness of strangers granted him a corner. He'd sit by campfires, bow drawing sweet sorrow and joy from his fiddle, his voice telling tales of lost loves, faraway lands, and the quiet triumphs of everyday folk. He asked for no payment, only food to fill his belly in a dry place when the storms rolled in. But what he gave lingered long after he packed his fiddle away. He gave comfort, he gave hope, he gave a reminder that even in the hardest times, beauty was not lost. Now, most said beauty didn't pay bills, but Elias had patience. He saw the way his music drew folks together. A rancher feuding with his neighbor might find his anger softened after a night listening to Elias bow, weep, and sing. A widow struggling with grief found herself humming his tune while mending clothes, finding strength to go on. Over the years, folks began to seek him out, inviting him to play at harvest feasts, weddings, even funerals, and slowly coins began to fill his sachets, small at first, but steady, for people came to see his gift. He's something precious. What Elias did next was what set him apart. Instead of spending his coin on drink or cards like other drifters, he began to save, not in banks, for he trusted little in institutions, but in people. He would lend a portion of his ends to a farmer needing seed or a young couple wanting to build a home, but asked no interest at a promise to return the favor if he needed it. Most paid him back in time, and those who didn't often gave him something else, a place to rest, a meal, or a hand when his wagon wheel cracked. Over decades, Elias wove himself into the fabric of 100 communities. Though he never owned a ranch, never mined a claim, never kept a shop, he owned something greater: gratitude. His wealth wasn't piled in one place, but scattered across miles of country, stored in the memory and goodwill of men and women he had lifted in their darkest hours. Then came the drought that dried the rivers and split the earth. Whole towns withered, but wherever Elias went, doors opened to him. Families who'd once borrowed a coin from him now offered him horses, food, even parcels of land, pressing him to take them in thanks. By the time he reached his twilight years, the drifter who once carried only a fiddle found himself holding deeds to orchards, ranches, and homes, not because he demanded them, but as folks insisted on repaying a debt that had weighed heavy on their hearts. When Elias finally laid his fiddle down, too old to play more than a soft hum of notes, he was one of the wealthiest men in the territory. Yet he kept living simple, spending his days sitting on porches, listening to children play, and smiling at the sight of neighbors gathering to sing his songs long after his bow had gone silent. At his passing, they say half the frontier rode out to honor him, not at a drifter, but at a man who had proven that wealth can be strung from strings and built from kindness. The cowboy look a slow breath, tapping ash from his pipe. What you reckon that means, partner? It means a fortune don't always glitter nor weigh heavy in your pocket. Sometimes it carried in the hearts of others, stored in the way they remember you, and return to you when storms blow hard. Elias never sought riches, but by giving more than he took, he built a treasure no thief would steal and no drought would parch. The fire crackled, casting sparks into the night sky like a scattering of tiny stars. So take heed, he said, voice drawling low. You may chase cattle, you may hammer iron, you may fiddle tunes beneath the rain, but if you give something of yourself, truly give, it'll come back to you in ways richer than gold. That a kind of success even sleep can't dream up, for it lingers long after your boots have walked their last mile. The rain had slowed to a mist, leaving the night air cool and heavy with the smell of wet earth and pine. The cowboy leaned back on his saddle roll, eyes half-lidded. He let the fire warmth seep into his bones. Elias's tale didn't end with him, he murmured, voice low like the rumble of distant thunder. When a man lives the way he did, his story don't fade into the dust. It carries on like an ember caught in the wind, landing in the hands of those who saw him play, who felt his kindness, and from them sprouted something neat, something bigger than any one man could dream. You see, after Elias passed, there was a quiet reckoning in the hearts of those he'd touched. Farmers remembered the seed he'd bought them in lean years. Families recalled how he'd fiddled through the night to lift their spirits when hope was riddled glass. Men who had once sat sullen and broken by loss but still hummed his songs. The memory of his bow stirring strength inside them. They came to realize that what Elias had left was not just a scattering of deeds and favors repaid. It was a blueprint, a way of living. Wealth was not hoarded but shared, where prosperity wasn't a race to the top but a circle wide enough to break everyone in. So it started in small places. A widow named Clara used the orchard Elias had left her to feed not just her kin but the whole town, selling apples at fair prices and putting the strongest lads to work picking fruit. A blacksmith named Harris, who once owed Elias a debt, began mending tools without demanding payment up front, trusting in the honesty of his neighbors. And a young schoolteacher, inspired by the songs Elias had played under the stars, took to teaching her pupils not only their letters but the lessons of generosity and community. The more folks leaned into his ways, the stronger their little outposts became. When drought came a bed, it didn't tear them apart like before, for they pooled their grain, shared their water, and lifted each other up. When rustlers tried to prey on the weak, they found no weakness to exploit, for every household stood shoulder to shoulder guarding what was theirs at one. Slowly but surely, the frontier towns that once seemed destined to vanish found themselves thriving. It wasn't long before a clever mayor saw the chance to give this spirit a name. They named it the Boone Circle in honor of Elias. Folks pooled resources into a common trust seed, tools, coin, even knowledge, all rocked in a big leather ledger that passed from town to town. If a man borrowed, he wrote his name down, and when he returned the debt, he crossed it off himself. No bankers, no barbed wire of interest rates, just the honesty Elias had believed in. And would you believe it, the system held. Not perfectly, for men are fallible, but well enough that entire communities began to prosper. Travelers carried word of the Boone Circle further and further until even merchants in distant cities started paying attention. Some scoffed, saying it was too simple to last, but others leaned in, seeing the strength in people bound by trust rather than contracts. Before long, whole caravans ran on Boone Circle, promises, wagon trains, moving with goods purchased not in coin but in faith, with each town along the trail honoring the marks in the ledger. January passed, and Elias Boone fiddle became a relic, hung in the meeting hall of the largest settlement his circle had nurtured. They say when the wind howled through the cracks of that old hall, it sometimes sang notes that sounded Duddy's bow across streams, reminding folks that prosperity needn't always be hard-edged and ruthless. It could be as soft and steady as a song shared round a fire. The cowboy drew on his pipe, the ember glowing red against the dark. "Now you tell there," he said, squinting through the smoke. "What wealth if not the ability to endure, to thrive, to pass down something finer than coin to the next soul riding your trail?" Elias gave the world his music and his trust, and long after he was gone, men and women were still living off the interest of that kindness, that a legacy, more durable than gold, for gold can tarnish and be stolen, but goodwill, why, it multiplies every time it's shared. He shifted his hat lower, letting the brim shadow his eyes. So if you're seeking fortune, partner, don't be so quick to measure it in the weight of your saddlebags. Measure it in the way folks speak your name when you ain't around. Measure it in the hands that'll reach out for you when your own strength runs dry. That's the kind of wealth a cowboy can take pride in, sitting by a fire like this, listening to the rain drum on the earth, knowing his life added to the circle rather than raking it. The fire hissed and a drop of rain fell square on a coal, sending up a puff of steam. The cowboy fell silent, letting the crackle and the patter carry the weight of his words into the night. The Boone Circle spread like a quiet fire across the plains, not the sort that devored, but the kind that warmed and brought light. By the time the circle reached the high desert towns and canyon outposts, it had begun to take on new shapes. Each settlement adapted it to their own needs. Some kept the ledger, being a thick leather-bound book passed from hand to hand, while others carved notches on long boards kept in the meeting hall, each mark a promise, each notch an act of trust. The spirit of Elias Boone lingered in those marks, though most who came later never knew the man by name. What they felt was the safety of belonging to something greater than themselves. In one dry little town called Silver Crossing, a rancher named Samuel Greeley found himself on the brink of ruin. A flash flood had torn through his land, drowning half his cattle and scattering the rest into the hills. By the old way of living, Samuel would have been finished. No bank in the nearest city would have given him a loan, and no neighbor would have been able to spare the coin outright. But the circle ledger had been kept there, in the corner of the saloon, beside a wall where the piano sat. Samuel swallowed his pride, wrote his name, and took from the circle what he needed: grain for feed, tools to mend his fences, and even a team of hands who agreed to work on the promise that when his herd recovered, he'd give back double the value in calves. Months later, Samuel Ranch was not only standing but thriving. His herd had multiplied, his fences stretched further, and when his turn came to give back, he did it with joy. He placed not just calves, but a portion of his best grazing land into the circle, saying any man in need would pasture his stock there for a season. That act of generosity kept a dozen smaller ranches alive through lean years. The Boone Circle wasn't about coin anymore. It was about land, labor, and lifeblood, all woven together so no man stood alone against misfortune. Stories like Samuel kept spreading, and before long, travelers began to seek out circle towns deliberately. Pioneers knew if they broke a wheel or lost a horse, they'd find help without being gouged for it. Traders realized their goods sold quicker in circle towns, for folks there trusted each other enough to buy on credit and pay later. Even drifters, men who'd known only suspicion and hard stares, found themselves welcomed if they showed willingness to give back when they could. It was said the Boone Circle towns glowed brighter at night, for their fires never died out, always fueled by shared labor and shared faith. Of course, there were those who tried to cheat it. A man named Curtis Ransom once took a wagon load of seed and vanished into the hills, never marking a turn in the ledger. Folks feared this might rake the Circle's spine, for trust is a fragile thing. But when Curtis reappeared months later, hungry, ragged, and with nothing to his name, the townsfolk didn't string him up or turn him away. They listened. Curtis confessed his shame, admitted it was greed that drove him. Instead of banishing him, they gave him one more chance on the condition he put in double the labor, mending fences and cutting timber for the common stock. He worked harder than any man, and in time, his name went from scorn to respect. That was the power of the Circle. It didn't just rescue livelihoods, it redeemed souls. The cowboy leaned forward, the firelight drawing lines of shadow across his face. Now ain't that something, he muttered. A man can fail, stumble, and near lose himself, but in the Circle he finds a road back. Where else can you buy forgiveness alongside flour and beans? As years rolled on, the Circle began to resemble something greater still. In the settlements they built stone halls called Boone houses, places where the ledger was kept under lock but always open for anyone to mark. Children grew up knowing their parents' debts and credits were not shame but honor, signs of a life lived among neighbors who cared. Marriages were celebrated by adding gifts to the Circle, not just between the bride and groom, but from the whole town, each person contributing a piece so the new family started life already held by the community. But that Heimel's Boone name had faded to myth. His Circle had become a force strong enough that even real barons and bankers couldn't ignore it. Some tried to crush it, to replace ledgers of trust with ledgers of interest, but wherever they pressed, the Circle bent and adapted, never quite breaking. And in the heart of the frontier, by the glow of a campfire or in the quiet of a rainy night, the old song still played. Not on Elias' fiddle, perhaps, but in the way folks lifted one another, building wealth that was measured not in gold but in lives, steadied by grace. The cowboy tapped ash from his pipe, eyes glinting with memory. So when you reckon what kind of fortune to chase, remember Samuel Hurd, remember Curtis' second chance.
And gold may glitter, but it's the Circle that keeps a man rich long after the mines run dry.
The Circle didn't stop at the borders of the frontier towns. Once word drifted east along the iron rails at riverboats, folks in cities began to take notice. Merchants in dusty boom towns wrote letters to cousins in Chicago, St. Louis, even New Orleans, describing this strange practice way trust replaced contracts, and men who had nothing could still find their start. At first, the city bankers scoffed. To them, wealth was something measured in ledgers inked with compound interest, in vaults locked behind steel, not in notches carved on a pine board hanging in a saloon. But stories of ranchers rebuilt, of widows keeping their land, and of orphans raised to manhood without falling to ruin. It spread like the prairie wind, impossible to catch or stop. One tale that stirred eastern minds came from a woman named Clara Vance. Her husband had died working a mine shaft, leaving her with 3 children and not a cent to her name. By law, the company held her husband's wages, claiming debts against equipment and food supply. She'd have been destitute, begging for scraps, if not for the Circle ledger kept in their town. Clara stepped into the Boone house one rain-soaked evening and rocked her need for flour, blankets, and seed. She offered what she had, her skill with needle and thread, promising to mend marmots for anyone who needed. Months later, she'd not only repaid but grown her small stitching trade into a business that dressed half the county. The tale of her courage and the Circle faith in her was printed in a St. Louis paper, traveling further than any cattle drive or wagon train. That article lit fires in minds already restless. Factory workers who earned little more than scraps wondered why they couldn't pool together, marking needs and trades just like frontier folk in immigrant neighborhoods where trust was scarce and money tighter still. Whispers of the Boone Circle carried like gospel. Small groups began experimenting, keeping chalk marks on walls of bakeries, butcher shops, even churches. Though not all succeeded, enough did that the idea gained traction. Soon, cooperatives sprouted like spring grass, some for food, others for tools, and still others for housing. The seed Elias Boone had sown in dust and wind now pushed shoots up through brick and cobblestone. Back in the west, the Circle towns grew stronger. With more members came greater challenges. Drought years tested their resolve. Ed did harsh winters when wolves roamed near and food stores thinned. But instead of raking, the Circle stretched. If one town suffered, another Circle town would send wagons of corn or cattle. What began then small ledgers kept on saloon counters evolved into networks of trusts stretching from canyon settlements to mountain mountains. Riders carried copies of entries from one ledger to another, making sure promises could be honored even if a man had to leave his home for distant work. The cowboy leaned back, his boots set near the fired edge, and his voice dropped low. "Live letting a secret slip through the smoke. Aimed at the heart of wealth, partner? Not what a man hides in a chest, but what he carries in the memory of others. When a circle town knows your name, your debts, your gifts, they keep you alive in ways coin never can. By then, even the rail companies and banks could not fully deny the circle's strength. Some tried to co-opt it, stamping it with their own marks and calling it community credit, but it never quite ducked the same way. For the circle required something they could not sell: faith. And faith could only be earned, lived day by day, written not dead in ink, but in sweat and sacrifice. Years turned into decades, and the circle form shifted once again. Younger generations who never knew Elias Boone nor the first scratch of his ledger began to call it by new names. Mutual Aid Society, and said, Cooperative Bank said others. But in the quiet of evenings, under lanterns or rain on rooftops, old-timers still called it the Boone Circle, and they told its stories to children bathed close. Those children grew with a sense that wealth was never solitary, that riches meant little unless shared, and that a man's true fortune was proven in the lives he steadied when storms came. The cowboy puffed once more on his pipe, the embers flaring against the black. So don't reckon you need a mine of silver nor a vault of coin. You need a circle. Fine folks will carve your name when you're low and be ready to carve theirs when the wheel turns. That the richest sleep you'll know, dreaming by a fire with no fear of hunger come the dawn. The cowboy spat softly into the fire, watching sparks leap like fleeting stars, then leaned forward with the kind of hush that meant the story had turned into truth. Now you see, partner, time a river that don't stop running, and the circle well, it flowed right along with it. Folks didn't cling to the past like a man to a rope in quicksand. No, they let the circle stretch, change shape, and still hold steady to its heart, trust between neighbors. He paused, though letting the rain on the tin roof above set the rhythm for his words. In them early days, a notch in a ledger was enough. But that the world grew, that trains thundered across the land and telegraphs cut through the silence, people started wondering if maybe them notches could ride those wires too. A blacksmith by the name of Morgan Keene was one of the first to dare such a thing. He'd spent his youth hammering horseshoes for wagon trains and fixing rifles when soldiers passed through. But he had a restless mind, the kind that saw connections when others just saw noise.
With much of the learning and telegraph, spending late nights in the operator's shack, tapping out letters that sounded that starlight and silence woven together. One night he sent a message not of words but of ledgers. A man in another town who owed for oats a woman who had promised jars of honey, a young rider with leather ready for trade. He hoarded a circle wire, and before long traders in towns he'd never seen were settling debts through clicks of brass key instead of handshakes across counters. The circle wire caught fire faster than prairie grass in July. Miners in Colorado paid farmers in Kansas without a leaving the shaft. Sailors docked in Galveston had their meals covered by families in Missouri, who in turn had boots stitched by tanners in Arkansas. For the first time, the circle stretched beyond the horizon a man could ride in a day.
It was wealth without distance, proof that trust could fly faster than an eagle's shadow. But it also brought new perils. Where trust stretched, so too did the shadows of those who break it. There was a fellow named Jasper Hollis, slick in oil on water, who learned quick how to twist the circle for his own gain. He'd send messages claiming debts were settled, collect goods, then vanish into the hills before word could circle back. For a time, he left ruin behind him. But you can't outrun a circle, not when hundreds of eyes watch the same sky. Riders spread the word, towns compared notes, and when Jasper tried to cheat one last mining town, he found himself face to face with a gathering of circle men and men from 5 different places. They didn't lynch him nor drive him off.
But the student said they rocked his name with a black notch across every ledger they had. From then on, no circle member would trade him so much as a cup of water. Cut off from trust, Jasper withered faster than a tree struck by lightning. Folks said he left for the coast, but wherever he went, he carried the weight of a name no circle would honor. The cowboy shook his head slowly, as if he'd watched 100 men like Jasper rise and fall. Ain't it something? Gold and silver can buy you forgiveness if you've got enough of it. But trust, once you break it, it gone like smoke.
He let that hang in the air thick and heavy of the campfire smoke rolling skyward. Now, the circle wire grew. It began shaping towns in ways no one foresaw. Farmers planned harvests not for their own kin, but for strangers hundreds of miles away who they'd never meet, but whose lives were tied to their grain. Blacksmiths timed their work with miners they'd never see, stitching an invisible chain that stretched clear across the territories. Folks began talking less about debts and more about balance. A man might owe in oats, but be rich in labor. A widow might lack coin, but be wealthy in skill with herbs and healing. Slowly, wealth itself was no longer a measure of metal or bills. It became a reflection of what you gave and what you honored. Children grew up learning the circle before they could write their own names. Schools taught them not just sums and letters, but how to tally a life not in profits but in promises kept. A boy might brag of catching a fish, but his father would say, "Son, who'd you share it with?" And that, more than the catch itself, was the mark of pride. The cowboy tapped his pipe against a stone, scattering ash. His voice softened to a near whisper, like wind through canyon stones. That's what most folks never understand. Fortune ain't a pile of gold you sleep on. Fortune is when you can close your eyes knowing you'll wake to a world that remembers your name kindly. Without a wealth no thief can steal, no storm can wash away. The rain had eased to a drizzle, the fire burning low, but his story carried on, stretching across years like the circle wire itself. "And mark me, partner," he said, leaning close, "what started in ledgers scratched by candlelight and spread through wires will one day live in ways even I can't rightly imagine. Folks will be trading not debt across towns or territories, but across oceans, maybe across the very skies, yet it'll all come back to the same truth. Trust carried forward, debts honored, gifts given without fear." The cowboy leaned back, letting the crackle of the fire fill the space between his words. His hat tipped low like he was watching memories flicker in the flames. Now, reckon no folks thought the circle had grown too wide too fast. Said it weren't natural for a man in Wyoming to owe bread to a woman he'd never seen in New Orleans, or for a sailor halfway across the ocean to settle a bill for a miner in Montana. But truth is, partner, that the way the world spins, always reaching outward. Some feared the wire would snap under the weight, but instead it bent, flexed, and found new shapes. He drew a deep breath, smoke curling from his pipe like a snake finding its path. Take this tale of Abigail Lane. She weren't born to wealth, no silver spoons, no land deeds, no fortune waiting in a bank. Her father ran a small apothecary mixing herbs and poultices, and most of the time they were richer in gratitude than in coins. But Abigail saw the circle wire not that a chain, but that a loom. She started keeping careful notes on remedies, trading with healers across the country. She'd send recipes for fever cures in exchange for new herbs she'd never seen. Soon her ledger wasn't about debts. It was a library, a treasury of knowledge woven tight burrs any quilt. When cholera swept through her town, folks didn't look to the mayor or the church first. They turned to Abigail, who had at her fingertips cures tested and shared from towns 2,000 miles away. She saved more lives than any doctor in the county, and when the sickness passed, her name carried farther than the sickness it had. But what mattered wasn't that people owed her coin, it was that they trusted her, and that trust itself became her wealth. By the time she was gelled, healers everywhere wrote to her, asking advice, offering seeds and herbs, all on the strength of the circle. She died with little money in her purse, but when her ledger was read at her funeral, whole towns stood in silence, honoring a woman whose wealth was measured in lives spared and hearts grateful. The cowboy eyes softened, like the memory of Abigail's work gave him a rare kind of peace. Now don't let this show you, wealth ain't always something you can stack. Sometimes it's something you pass through, like a song on the wind. He gave the fire a poke, setting sparks flying upward into the damp night. But the story didn't end there. For every healer and honest trader, there came trials too. After Abigail, the circle met its greatest storm. He went on. It weren't a storm of rain or dust. It was a storm of greed. Banks, see, they'd been watching. They didn't let a world where farmers, smiths, and healers kept books without their coin passing through a teller hand. Banks wanted ledgers they collated, stamped and sealed with their ink. So they tried to copy the circle, only instead of trust they dealt in fees and signatures. They hated progress, but folks who'd been raised on the circle knew better. They could smell when a handshake was being replaced with a contract too tight to breathe. There was a showdown of sorts, though not with pistols or rifles, but with voices. Town by town, Circle members there in meeting halls and barns, refusing to let banks strip away what they built. They weren't against money. No, sir, they just believed money without trust was a hollow weight.
When my country and present night is the margin of all the half were felt bail. Some possibly failed. I'm very soon not right. Instead, you're sufficient that not to see something on this. I should be that was not the thing. I'm not saying this from TV program. That's how I could have been in your stream. What the thing. Thing of embarrassment for the police, the right experts, and the thing about first story this for the other was over sales man. Sorry, single theory.
Farmer stood up in one such meeting, held high a battered ledger, and said, "This book gives save bead when my crop failed. Not a banker, not a bill. This book in the hands of my neighbors who trusted it." The words echoed through that barn like thunder, and from then on, the Circle and the banks lived side by side, uneasy neighbors, one built on trust, the other on ink. The cowboy gave a slow nod, like he was seeing it play out again. What you learn from that, partner, is this: whenever wealth grows, some will try to fence it, to gate it, to lock it down. But if it true wealth born of trust, of give and take, it'll slip through them fences like water through cracks. No man can own the rain, and no man can own the Circle. His voice fell low, gravel soft. Rain whispered against the leaves. Mark me, the Circle will outlive us all. It'll change names, change shapes, maybe even change wires for something we ain't yet dreamed. But the heart of it, the notion that what you give things tenfold if given with honesty, that a fire no storm can snuff. The cowboy leaned forward now, his elbows resting on his knees, firelight carving deep lines into his weather-redder face. "I reckon I ought to tell you about a man named Silas Boone. Folks once called him an outlaw, though not in the shoot-'em-up dime novel sense. Silas was a rust of the numbers, a gambler who stacked the odds with rocked cards and whispered tricks. He drifted from town to town, leaving behind debts scribbled on papers he never meant to honor. Most men figured he'd end swinging from a rope, buried in a shallow grave out on the prairie. But life a strange river. It takes turns you don't always see coming. Silas found himself in a dust-bitten town where the Circle wire had taken firm root. He saw men settling debts without coin, wind trading goods across miles with only trust keeping it to death. To him it looked like a ripe orchard for the picking. He faked entries in a ledger, claimed he'd lent tools to a blacksmith who owed him pay, swore he'd traded supplies with a rancher who knew him not. Trouble is, the Circle wasn't built on ink alone, it was built on memory, on reputation, on the quiet witness of neighbors who'd seen truth in a man's word. Didn't take long for Silas' lies to collapse. He stood in the town hall, ledger in hand, hauled out by near every soul in the county. Shame like that cuts deeper than a bullet. He expected exile or worse, but instead, something different happened. An older rancher, a man named Elijah Cross, stepped forward. Elijah's beard was white as snow, and his voice carried the weight of decades. He said, "Silas, you've treated steers like cheap cards in a crooked deck, but I ain't about to see another man drift into darkness when the Circle can still reach him. If you want redemption, start paying with your hands instead of your lies. You work for me, you'll square every mark you made false. Now, pride near killed Silas more than once, but hunger has a way of bending a man. He worked that ranch sun up to sundown, hauling water, mending fences, driving cattle." At first, folks spat when they passed him, but Elijah kept reading his name in the Circle ledger. A man debtor, but the laborer, man fulfilling his share. Slowly, the ink began to change meaning. By winter, Silas had paid off what he owed, not with coin, but with sweat. Come spring, the Circle carried a different tale, that of a man who'd been crooked, now standing straighter than most. Years later, Silas Boone was no outlaw, but a guardian of the Circle. He'd walk into saloons where men bragged about cheating the books, and he'd slam his hand on the table, reminding them in that gravel-rough voice, "A false entry heavier than iron, and it'll rake your back faster than any chain." Funny thing is, men listen. A man who'd known darkness speaks louder about light.
What this we've been to have bad night this year, or more.
That partner is well. Not the gold in a man's pocket, but the chance to turn your reckoning around. Redemption is a coin that spins forever. He shifted, pulling his coat tighter, and his voice rolled softer now. Heck, the campfire itself was leaning in to hear. I'll tell you another piece, this one about a widow named Clara Whitfield. When her husband passed, she was left with 2 young ones in a ranch, more dust than grass. Banks wouldn't touch her, said a woman had no place holding title. That the circle didn't ask for titles. All it asked was if you'd stand by your word. Clara opened her ledger, made entries fair and clear, and set about trading milk, eggs, and wool for tools and seed. Folks thought she'd fold in a season, but season after season her ledger filled with trust and return. She never once missed a mark. And when drought hit, neighbors didn't hesitate. They delivered water, hay, and labor, all on the strength of Clara lines in the book. She raised her children on that trust, and when they grew, they took the circle to new towns, carrying their mother name meek a torch. The cowboy eyes shone in the fire glow. You see, the circle weren't just about numbers. It was about survival, about turning what little a person had into enough when shared. That, partner, is the kind of wealth no vault can lock away. The cowboy leaned back, boots stretching toward the crackling fire, rain still tapping soft against the canvas overhead. His voice rolled slow, each word measured like stones laid in a wall. After Silas and Clara, folks started seeing the circle saved more than that a neighbor ledger. It became the backbone of entire towns. One such place was Dry Creek, a settlement nearly swallowed by dust and forgotten by every banker this side of Abilene. Dry Creek had one thing left, a mill that ground wheat into flour. Trouble was, the gears were worn and the stones cracked. No man alone had coin to fix it, and without bread, the town was doomed. But the circle gave him something banks never did, a way to trust each other. The townsfolk death in the church basement, oil lamps flickering shadows across tired faces. Old Ben Rollin, the blacksmith, spoke first. I got no coin, but I got iron. I forge the gears if someone brings me steel. Then Mary Hastings, a widow, raised her hand. I can't swing a hammer, but I can bake. I'll promise loaves for every worker who lifts a tool. One by one they pledged what they had: lumber, stone, labor, food, even songs to keep the workers' spirits from sinking. The circle recorded every promise, each entry a chain and a fence that kept despair at bay. Work began at dawn. Ben forged burned for weeks, sparks flying like fireflies in the night. Mary baked bread till her hands blistered, feeding workers who rebuilt the heart of Dry Creek. Children hauled water, old men sanded beams, wind stitched sacks for the flour they dreamed of grinding. There was no coin passing hands, only trust, only the circle. By winter the mill wheel turned again, groaning at first, then singing steady till the river pushed it along. Flour poured, ovens burned, and the town of Dry Creek rose from the ashes of hunger. But here's the part folks don't often tell, that mill did more than feed stomachs, it fed hope. With flour flowing, traders stopped by again, wagons rolling in with cloth, tools, books. Dry Creek put itself back on the map, not because a banker believed in them, but because they believed in each other. And the circle held every promise like scripture, proof that a man or woman would build something grander than gold. The cowboy shifted, poking the fire with a stick, eyes glittering with reflection. Now, reckon you'd think it stopped there, one town saving itself. But Dry Creek's story rode out farther than the wagons. Folks from other settlements came to see it with their own eyes. A town born in without a single loan shark or banker writing terms. When they asked how, the folks of Dry Creek didn't brag about grit or luck. They showed the circle ledger, open and plain, every mark standing proud. That ledger became their flag, their law, their proof. Over time, neighboring towns started forming cooperatives, mills, schools, even shared rail stakes. Instead of waiting for Eastern investors to decide their fate, they wrote their future in ink and sweat. Some pulled grain so no family starved in lean years. Others built schoolhouses teaching children letters so the circle would keep growing stronger with every generation. Each project began the same way, with men and women sitting by lantern light, pledging not money but effort, not gold but trust. The cowboy voice dropped lower, like thunder rumbling far off. And then the strange thing, partner, the circle worked better than banks because it bound men not to contracts but to each other. If a man failed, it wasn't just his name that dimmed, it was the light of the whole town, and so they held each other steady, not out of fear but pride. That what made the circle unbreakable. He paused, staring into the flames like he could see every face he spoke of dancing in the firelight. Some might say this was just small-town survival. But I tell you, it was wealth in its pure form. Wealth ain't the coin stacked high or land fenced wide. It bread shared when the cupboards are bare. It a school bell ringing for every child. It neighbors standing tether when the storm rolls in. But that kind of wealth can't be stolen, can't be hoarded. It only grows the more you spend it. The cowboy leaned back, breathing deep the scent of wet earth and smoke, and the circle. It taught us all something bankers and kings forgot long gone, that a promise kept is worth more than any vault. The cowboy voice lingered in the smoke, steady the drum of rain on canvas. Of course, every flame draws moths, he said, his tone low and edged like a whetstone dragged across steel. The circle grew bright, and folks from out started sniffing around, wondering if they could bend it, twist it, claim it for themselves. Some came dressed in fine coats, riding carriages with wheels that gleamed. They dealt with them words smoother than river stones, promising prosperity if the townsfolk just let them put the circle under their thumb. One such man was Mr.
But God, you know that bad and I could say what your horse had for other day on push the really hell what my greatest song about shares dividends of my head said. The folks who did would go to mill for milk in the sound of mighty temper. They told them he'd bring rails to the town, real rails, steel and iron stretching to the horizon if they signed over management of the circle. Why, I set up for grinding wheat, he said. Slicker oil when you control trade across counties. Some townsfolk were dazzled by his talk of fortune, but others, like Mary Hastings, remembered the taste of ash in their mouths before the millstones turned the Dan. Mary rose in that church hall, apron still dusted with flowers, so she said, staring him down like a mother who'd caught a boy stealing biscuits. You weren't here when we near starved.
You weren't here when our children cried hungry and we pulled bread out of nothing. But trust, you talk of fortunes like they're free for the taking. But all we need is to keep feeding each other. The circle belongs to the people, not to contracts signed in ink we can't even read. Her words struck at a hammer on anvil. Men and women who'd hesitated set their jaws and nodded, and the circle remained theirs. Finch didn't leave empty-handed, though. He tried something trickier, slipping his promises into smaller towns where his hunger still nipped. In old places, folks did sign, and soon enough they found themselves laboring not for their neighbors but for distant investors. Where the circle had once stood tall, now debts piled higher than haystacks. That became a lesson whispered across prairie fires. Beware the man who offers rails and riches too fast, 'cause he often looking to tie chains round your wrists. But where outsiders failed, the circle grew stronger. Neighboring towns banded together, swapping ledgers to compare promises, making sure no snake oil salesman could trick them with fancy talk. They started holding gatherings, meetings lit by lanterns. The towns shared stories of how they built schools, dug wells, raised barns. They learned not just from their own struggles, but from each other's triumphs. Out of those gatherings was born what folks called the Prairie Compact, a loose union of towns vowing to honor one another's circles, refusing to let greed slip through their fences. The cowboy voice warmed, marked the fire spitting bright against the dark.
Vision there, manifest settlements stretching near 50 miles apart, all bound. Not by kings or laws, but by trust written down in ledgers.
If a barn burned in one town, wagons rolled from 3 others with timber and nails. If a harvest failed, sacks of grain arrived before the frost took hold. The circle had become more than survival. It was prosperity. Prosperity built on honor is the kind that lasts. Still, the road wasn't easy. Some years the rains didn't come, and the wheat withered in the fields. Bellies grew tight, tempers tighter. A few whispered that maybe Finch and his railmen had been right. Maybe the East held answers the West never good. But every time doubt rose, someone would open the circle ledger and bone to names. They'd read aloud the promises that had rebuilt mills, dug wells, saved lives. And slowly heads would bow, and folks would shoulder their burdens together once more. The cowboy sighed, staring into the coals, voice drawling softer now. There are truth in all that, one I reckon most folks never learn till it nearly too late. Money printed in stack can vanish in a blink walk. Markets greedy hands will see to that. But the kind of wealth built in the circle, that carved into memory, into the very soil where neighbors sweat, side by side. You can't burn it, you can't steal it, and you sure as sin can't buy it cheap. It wealth measured in promises kept, in children laughing with full bellies, in towns that don't crumble when the storms come. Tipped his hat forward, shadows covering his eyes, that friend. is why the circle outlasted the schemes of men like Finch. 'Cause while they chased fortunes built on paper, we built ours on firelight, bread, and trust. And if you listen close, sitting there by the rain and flames, you can still hear it humming. The steady turn of millstones grinding hope into flour, one promise at a time. The fire popped, shooting sparks into the damp night air, and the cowboy leaned back with a groan that carried years. Now I told you about the Prairie Compact, he said. Boy, steady like boots on gravel, but I reckon you ought to know how it played out for folks living it, not just riding it down. Take the Caldwell family, for instance. They weren't the richest, not by a long shot. When the compact began, Jed Caldwell had nothing but a mule, a patched wagon, and a wheel tougher than leather. His wife, Clara, stitched clothes for half the county, and his boys worked the soil with hands blistered raw. But they didn't have silver, they didn't have title deeds, but they had something the compact prized higher trust. When Jed joined the first gathering under lantern light, he stood tall, though his boots were worn thin. He offered not gold nor land, but work. I'll rake fields, he said plain. I'll haul stone, mend fences, fix wheels. You put my name in that ledger, and I'll put my back into every promise I make. Some chuckled at the simplicity, but when the floods came that spring, it was Jed who waded waist deep into the river, roping logs that threatened to smash a neighbor bridge. By the time the water receded, no one questioned whether his name belonged in the ledger. He had earned it in sweat and grit. That how it started, small deeds recorded in neat script by candlelight. Clara's name was added too, for every shirt sewn, every blanket patched, and passed to a child who shivered. The Caldwell boys, young Dewey, earned their place hauling grain sacks for widows and driving wagons when menfolk fell ill, and when winter froze the prairie, stiff neighbors remembered. The Caldwells never went hungry, though their own larder might have been bare. Bread, firewood, milk, they all came through the compact, quiet network, each gift balanced in the ledger but weighed heavier in the heart. Years rolled by like tumbleweeds, and the Caldwells grew. Not rich in gold, no, that wasn't their aim, but in good name. Jedward became Ede's solid iron rail, and Clara's stitches were known across counties. The compact taught their children numbers, not how to tally corn or reckon debts, but how to account for kindness, how to weigh fairness, how to record labor without cheapening it. The eldest boy, Samuel, took to the books with a sharp eye, learning to keep ledgers clear in river water. Before long, folk from other towns sent for him to balance their accounts, trusting his honesty more than their own cousins, that when prosperity found the Caldwells, not through schemes or sudden strikes of luck, but through the slow, steady building of reputation. A family that had once bartered mules now brokered grain shipments, organized fair trades, and managed the compact records for 3 whole counties. They didn't live in mansions, they didn't need to, but their home became a beacon. Travelers stopped there knowing they'd find a warm meal and a straight deal. The cowboy shifted, pulling his duster tighter, and rain hissed against the fire. They're saying from back then. He murmured that a Caldwell handshake was worth more than a lawyer contract. It weren't fancy talk. It was the truth. Jed descendants grew into what you might call prairie bankers, though they'd never dare the word. They handled wealth without ever letting it sour into greed. When one town faltered, they'd balance the books, spreading resources like a careful hand dealing cards. When another surged, they'd remind folks not to hoard, but to invest in neighbors. And every coin, every sack, every loaf passed through their care bore the quiet mark of fairness. Of course, envy reared its head. It always does. Outsiders whispered that the Caldwells had built an empire, that their ledgers were your chains disguised as kindness. Some tried to prove it, digging through records, hunting for fraud or favoritism, but what they found was plain and sunrise. Not one line crooked, not one debt twisted unfair. Even mistakes were owned outright, corrected before harm had festered. It baffled those who lived by schemes, but it heartened those who believed in the compact to be. In time, the family reach spread further than Jed could have dreamed. Railroads tamed, but the compact held firm against being swallowed by corporations. Instead, the Caldwells helped broker deals where rails served communities, not the other way around. Mills turned faster, grain moved smoother, and schools sprang up funded not by kings or barons, but by circles of trust. Children learned letters sitting on benches their parents built, and teachers were paid from a pool of shared wealth. The Caldwells name make you many of those arrangements but never above others, they signed alongside neighbors, their name carrying weight but never crushing. The cowboy voice softened, though the rain drummed harder on the roof of night, and that the kind of wealth worth remembering, he said, eyes on the glowing coals, not the kind stacked in vaults guarded by locks and guards. No, it the kind would a man children inherit not that land, but the habit of fairness. Where a woman's stitching feeds more than her own, it warms a whole county. Where the worth of a name ain't measured in gold, but in the number of times it was spoken with gratitude round a fire like this, he let the silence hang heavy and full, like the pause between thunder and rain.